I can swim. Just can't walk or dress myself. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Salute, and welcome back to the Black Ocean. Now, when we get deep in with your host, the one and only Great Black Shark. Oh yes, oh yes. Y'all knew I was gonna do it. You knew as soon as I saw that foolishness that everyone's trying to attempt to call a debate that I was gonna have a say on this. Oh yes, we gonna get into this tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yes, we are. But before we do, let me go ahead and address the obvious that I know a lot of you have seen over here on the channel. I know probably a lot of you like, well, GBS, what happened? What's going on with the rest of the content? Where is it at? Let me tell you something. Every year about this time, PukeTube starts messing with new black media content creators, okay? If those of you who've been around long enough, you know this, okay? Now, for those of you that don't know, our good brother, Harvey of Your World, Your View, they terminated my brother's channel, okay? They terminated the good brother's channel. Now, you know that man does clean commentary. He's not antagonizing nobody, don't have no nudity, no none of that stupidity. He just gives his take on things, okay? Doesn't even use that much profanity like that, all right? They took my brother's channel just without warning. Now, I don't know all the particular details, but I saw that that's what had happened. So let me tell you what this pertains to me, right? And a lot of new black media content creators. As usual, and you know I always teach my audience about pattern recognition, okay? As usual, PukeTube, when they go to take away your channel or start messing with your channel, they usually try to hit you in the dead of night with stuff, okay? So now, your brother, I'm usually up researching, working, and doing things when a lot of you all are asleep. I don't keep regular sleeping hours. But while I was up editing and working, just last night, got an email. And I saw that in the emails rather, where they just started age restricting content that was like years old. I'm talking 3-4 year old content. So I said, oh, okay, I already know where this is going. Once you see a pattern, I said, oh, we're going to shut this shit off at the pass. So to make a long story short, we're going to put a lot of that over on Patreon. If you're over there in the Black Ocean Zone 1 tier, that's where you're going to start to see a lot of that. And, you know, after we surmise a couple of things, we'll get some things back up. But for now, this is what we're going to do. Because tonight's stream, after it's over, it's going on Patreon, okay? Until I see what they're trying to do, I'm not going to make it easy for them to come over and start messing with my channel like that. So I've been doing this long enough to see the patterns and spot them, been dealing with things over the years. So I said, okay, I got something for that. We'll just shut that down before it gets started, okay? So that's the answer to that particular question. Now, since we have a lot to cover here tonight, I'm going to go ahead and get straight into brass tacks. But before I do, salute and welcome to everybody that has joined us over here. You know, I usually do the roll call. We got a lot to get through, so I'm going to go ahead and get started, ladies and gentlemen, if that's okay with you. All right. I hope everybody's doing well, by the way. Thank you for joining us over here this evening. Now, got some things we got to look at. Let me tell you, that debate was a bunch of, man, just pure, absolute insanity, senility, and foolishness. Because, see, let me tell you where I'm going to start this off. Get a swig of water here, excuse me. Good old H2O. Make sure you drink your water out here in this heat, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to be dehydrated, okay? This is where I'm going to start this thing off. On the screen here, you see the words of old Jim Crow Joe Biden. Quote, I wrote the damn bill. Exclamation point, end quote. That's right. Old Jim Crow Joe told us that. Now, what bill are we talking about? Well, if you're looking at the screen, you see, of course, the 1994 crime bill. And don't think he's only responsible for that one. His name, out of his own mouth again, has been on every crime bill since 1976. Oh, yes. Oh, Biden's law is what he called it. Okay. the mass incarceration of our people, more prisons, longer sentencing, escalating the so-called failed war on drugs, and target black people. I don't know who the African Americans are. I'm talking about foundational Black American freedom. That's who we mostly locked up. Okay? Excuse me. Let me tell you something. A lot of people looked at that debate and they feel sorry for this man because it's clear this man is in the latter stages of dementia, and that's why he was making all those silly statements even before he reached this particular condition. But at this point, all of America has seen it. It's clear, okay? There's no way to deny that this man is not only not fit to be president, but he's a national security threat, the biggest national security threat. I'm going to stand by that. Oh, yes, I am. Bigger problem. Bigger problem, family. Let's just say he has to, because it's very possible that he just might have to resign or they're going to have him step down. That man was heavily medicated, as we're going to see here tonight, just to function through that debate. But the bigger problem, you think he's doing a bad job? You know what would be worse? Oh, I know I got a smart audience over here. What y'all think would be worse than Jim Crow Joe Biden in office right now? What you think would be worse? I'm going to tell you. Command me. Oh, yeah, I'm going there. Can you imagine if you put that blithering idiot in the presidency? See, this is why incompetence is a dangerous thing. It's not a cute thing to be incompetent, ladies and gentlemen. You don't take a woman like that, because I'm not going to say no woman can do the job of being a president. I won't say that, but not that kind. How you handle one thing is how you handle all things. And I hate to get scriptural on a Sunday, but he who is not appreciative of the least of things is not responsible or capable of handling the greatest of things. Y'all get my drift on that, okay? Look at how she managed her position over there in California. The top cop in California at the time, huh? We all saw what a great and wonderful job she did with that, right? Now imagine you put this blithering idiot in the presidency, in control of the nuclear launch codes, in control of managing a mess that Jim Crow senile ass Joe Biden. And I don't have a bit of sympathy for that son of a bitch because he didn't have sympathy for all the generations of our people that he mass incarcerated. Some are still locked up to this day. They talking about all that Trump. See, I'm not a fan of either one of them. But one thing I'm a fan of is telling the truth and facts. At least Donald Trump's First Step Act indirectly got some of them people that were sentenced under that 94 crime bill out of prison. That's a fact. That did happen. Okay? See, business is about business. Put the feelings to the side. We grown folks, don't worry about no fucking feelings. This is business we handling over here. Okay? If you put Kamami in charge of the presidency at this stage, with all the stuff that this idiot Joe Biden has gotten us into, can you imagine her trying to handle that situation with Putin and Ukraine? Oh my God. That would be one of the worst travesties in American history. We're in trouble. Let me talk to you stupid white liberals in this country. Excuse me. I was over here eating some spicy chips, and that's why I'm coughing over here because, man, let me get a swig of this water before I light her ass up. I'm going to put some of this spice that I was eating on her ass in just a minute. Man. Family, here's the deal. The reason why you idiotic white liberals had better never do this again in either party, and what I mean by this, the strategy to get Joe Biden in office was to offer that serpent, and remember, she was going at his neck at first, Kamala Harris. Oh, Joe Biden this, oh, Joe Biden that, oh, Joe Biden was responsible for opposing busing, and that's all. Y'all remember the bullshit. Soon as they looked at her, they were like, you know what? We know who we dealing with. She flat back her way to the top. Offer this bitch the vice president spot. And then they only did it as a strategic way to get gullible ski-wee skanks, yes, I said it, to go and vote for her, talking about, ooh, my president look like me. First of all, the bitch ain't black, okay? You hopscotching out of in and out of Jamaican and Asian. No, you're not one of us. You're not a foundation of Black American freedom for damn sure. I'm not claiming it as black. Then I'm going to say the other part that don't nobody want to say. You compromise because you sitting up there laying up on the bread. See, let me go ahead and say the quiet part out loud that some other members of New Black Media want to try to act like they're above. Let me tell you something. This the channel where I don't bullshit. I don't care if it's a black man or a black woman, no matter what your lineage is. If you land up with them folks, you don't identify with us. They Negro or Negress, okay? That's the truth. You can't tell me that you're not compromised, because how you think about it, family. How you gonna fight against anti-black racism and white supremacy and be laying up in bed with the other side? I don't care who don't like that. Look, I understand I got all walks of life over here on this platform. No disrespect to you. If your spouse is something of an other, you know what I'm saying, community, you might be with a good person. Might be the love of your life. They don't have an anti-black racist bone in their body. They just might not. Here's the problem. When you become a person that is in a position of power, I'm going to tell you right now, some people may feel different in this chat room. I don't feel comfortable with you representing me. I don't. Not as a foundation of Black American freedom. I just do not. How you going to have my best interest at heart when you land up with a spouse of the other community? Oh, yeah, I'm going there. It does matter. In Commandment's case, it matters even more so because I'm going to say this, and I may lose some subscribers and piss some people off. That's what I do over here. It is what it is. When it's a woman with that white man, that's an even more dangerous of a threat, because in those relationships, the woman is going to conform to that man's standards. I'm just talking facts. Somebody, don't argue with me, argue with nature. That's how that works. The man don't usually conform to the woman conforms to the man. You think that Commandment isn't influenced by her husband? See, a lot of people don't care about who she married to. Well, that's you, jackass. I'm going to bring it up. And I would say the same thing for somebody like Tim Scott, so don't think it's just her. Your ass is compromised if you land up with them folks, okay? Oh, yeah, I'm going there, but see, if you put her in the spot of the president because he has to resign and they can't skip over, not legally, because everybody's talking about Gavin Newsom running, but as long as, Commandment is nothing wrong with her, the only way that you could skip her is if, something happened to her, heaven forbid. Then there's a chain of command on that. I think next in line would be the Secretary of State or something like that. So, I mean, it's just a clusterfuck. We don't never need to see this type of incompetence repeated again. But before we get further into this, I got to read this goofy statement they put out. Oh, yeah, we're going to cook these bastards over here tonight. Yes, we are. I told y'all the work don't stop. I don't care what YouTube got going on with this. The work will not stop, okay? Here's the deal. We're going to read this. This is from the Biden-Harris administration. Some of you might have already seen this. We're going to read it. Listen to this bullshit. Oh, let me put on a bullshit voice. Hold on. Let me pick one. Go through my Rolodex of bullshit voices here. Let me see. Oh, I got one.
You wouldn't know it from today's Beltway punditry, but last night, black voices across the internet rallied around Joe Biden and against Donald Trump. In the most viral moment of the debate, Black Twitter and the entire Black internet,
use our motherfucking lie,
pounced on Donald Trump's comments about black jobs, which trended on X at number 10 overall with millions of posts and exploded across Instagram and TikTok. Black elected officials, black leaders, who's a black leader? You don't have a white leader. Fuck you, white America. And black media outlets, not new black media outlets, jumped in and all asking the same question of Trump's racist rant. What is a black job? Google searches for black jobs, and who said black jobs surged? And Google search inquiry suggests that viewers immediately searched Trump's related history and record with black jobs. Trump, seeing a plus 250% increase post-debate. A second look at the most viral moment of the debate. Donald Trump, his big kill on the black people, it's millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're here. We see it, Joe. Fuck you. We're not going to act like we don't see it. We see it. They're taking black jobs now. And it could be 18, it could be 19, even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs and they're taking Hispanic jobs. Stop mentioning Hispanic with black. We're going to straighten that shit out here tonight. And you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
I know. I'm sorry. Because I can't read that bullshit in my regular masculine voice. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Spicy chips aside, I can't do it. I was eating some curry chips, by the way. Yes, listen. The curry chips were fire. Okay, but I got water over here, so we're going to get through this tonight. All right? Listen, family. That bullshit that you just read, first of all, let's go ahead and get straight to brass tacks correcting the bullshit. Black Twitter, the ones that were upset about the black jobs comment, that was mostly your chosen Democrat shields, okay? Listen, we all know what that man meant when he said black jobs. The jobs that black people usually get. That's not a racist rant. Look, even if it was, let's go here with it. Excuse me. Let's go here with it. Even if it was considered racist, here's the way we can spin it in our favor. You telling the truth about a system of white supremacy, which relegates most of our people to so-called black jobs that don't have as much pay as the better jobs. So this is why we need our reparations and an anti-black hate crime bill. See, there's a couple ways to go with it, but I understood what the man meant, okay? They want to try to frame that as a racist rant. See, the thing and I'm going to say this, the reason why I can't stand the damn Democrats and no damn liberals, I would rather talk to a conservative or Republican every day of the week. At least they're straight up where they stand. These deceptive, demonic liberals, just like our brother Malcolm warned us about, they're always worried about everything except for the right damn thing. Because, see, let me show you what they should be worried about. Oh, yeah. We're going to get to the debate, but let me show you what we should be worried about. You see this? Do you see this on your screen? China ridicules Biden's disastrous debate performance as Putin slipped through it. Now, that's the headline from the New York Post. Now, I want you to let that sink in for a minute. Let it sink in. I want you to take a look at them two goons on the right-hand side of the screen. I've said this before in previous broadcasts. These two motherfuckers that you looking at, they are no punks, okay? Who that no punk? Xi Jinping is a straight up gangster. You hear me? He's the gangster that don't get mad, yell, scream. He'll be like, oh, okay, all right. You want to do that? I'm not finna argue with you. Let me move these resources in this capital and call in some favors and go ahead and take care of you real quick. That's Xi Jinping, okay? You see this look on their face? That's just probably how they were looking, like, ooh, boy, they were doing the Birdman hammer. Look at this senile, stuttering motherfucker. Boy, do you know how bad this makes America look on the world stage internationally? Man. Hold on, let me adjust this mic. Hold on. All right. Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear, family. I was trying to tweak something on my mic. I saw something on my settings over here that didn't look quite right. Can y'all hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up in the chat because we got a lot that we need to handle. I want to make sure everybody can hear me loud and clear. Give me a thumbs up if you hear me okay in the chat room. Wait for confirmation. All right. I see one set of thumbs up. I'm going to need some more. I want to make sure everybody can hear me, man. Okay. Sounding clear, crystal clear. Okay. Good deal. Good deal. All right. So we're going to keep it rolling. Now, like I was saying, on the international stage, if these two gangsters, by the way, the number 2 and number 3 superpower on the world stage, some will argue that China's technically neck and neck for number 1, but you get my point. When your two biggest adversaries are probably looking at each other like this. And can you imagine the phone call them two had after they saw that speech? Because, you know, on the eastern side of the world, time difference, they were probably sleeping. Man, can you imagine when their aides informed them of this? Do you know what kind of jokes they making? They're like, oh, shit. Because, see, you dumbass liberals, let me get on your asses for a minute. It's one thing, like I've always said, to lie to yourself. Okay, and you know you lying. When you start lying and believing your own damn lie, you in trouble. But see, it's bigger than that, because if it was just on a personal level, I wouldn't give a damn if you lie to yourself. When you lying to yourself and your stupid actions affect this entire country, now it's my business. It's my people's business. This man should have never been allowed to be president. All of you goofy bisexuals in my community that went and voted for this man, your stupid asses are responsible for this. I'm not going to hold back over here tonight. I'm not playing with this. This is no laughing matter here. This man got in office, and in 4 years, he flipped this economy upside down. Now, some people already know where they're going to go. They're going to start talking about the beer bug epidemic that happened, the pandemic. Okay, even so. We still shouldn't be looking at inflation like this. See, I'm going to go ahead and tell you something. The reason why we're looking at inflation like this is not because it's got to be like this way and it couldn't be helped. Biden is looking out for his corporate buddies right now. Oh, yes, let's be clear on that. They could regulate this stuff and drop all these prices across the board with every essential that we need in this country. He's looking out for his corporate donors. They own his punk ass, okay? Yeah, so I just want to be clear on that. See, all that, they look, when they jump up talking about you need a civics class and all this other BS, they actually think we're stupid, family. They actually think that we don't understand that they can control this shit if they sought to, okay? But that's all right. We're going to hold them to account over here tonight, because we're going to go ahead and get started. Oh, we got some things to analyze over here. Yes, sirree, we do. Yep. Oh, man. Look at these two here. Do y'all recognize these? I could say so many things. Y'all recognize these vote blue no matter who heifers on this screen? We'll call them that. I'm going to try to be somewhat nice to them. Y'all recognize these vote blue no matter who heifers on this screen? Do you? Tell me who they are, because I know we know. Reason why I'm asking, which one do y'all want to hear first? Which bullshit do you want to hear first? Bullshit on the left or bullshit on the right with the bald, scald head? Okay? And you know what? Fuck it. I'm not holding back. My God, Joanne Reed is hideous. I don't care whether she got the wig on or not. Please. Who let you come on camera like this? This is how you know this heifer don't have no man. Let me tell you something, ladies. That skull ball hair look ain't for everybody, okay? That's how I know if she got a man, he ain't worth a damn. Because you ain't gonna have your woman running around looking like this. Looking like a milk dude with a blonde fade. Man, listen, I'm gonna leave it alone. And then the other one, Jasmine Crocker bullshit, huh? Which one do y'all want first, man? Because see, we got to listen to their words before we get into this debate. Oh, yes. Give me a thumbs up if you want Jasmine Crockett first, or give me a 8-ball in the chat room if you got it on your phone. Give me an 8-ball if you want Joanne Q-Ball Bullethead Reed to speak first here, because we got to analyze some things, okay? Which one y'all want first, man? Thumbs up for Jasmine Crocker bullshit, and the 8-ball for Jasmine Little Bullethead Reed here. Yeah, which one y'all want? I see Amir L said Jack Tavia a ball face. I'm looking, I'm counting. Oh shit, I'm seeing 8 balls. Seeing some thumbs up. Trying to see who's gonna win it here. Okay, yeah. Oh, look like Jasmine Crocker bullshit. It might win it. Let's see. I see some 8 balls in there. I'll wait a couple more seconds. Dan Miller TV said 8 ball of cocaine head. Oh shit. Woo! Hey boy, hey man. Look, he said it, y'all. I didn't. He said it, I did. Listen, I tell you what we gonna do. We're going to play Jasmine Crocker bullshit up here. Because you see this heifer and look like she getting a little chunky too. You better put that goddamn beverage down, Jasmine. Oh no. That waistline looking a little thick there, man. Boy, anyway, let me stop. I want y'all to listen to this heifer because, see, family, this is a joy to behold with the exception that it's such a serious situation that we in. But when these bootlicking Democrat shield mammies start windmilling and swinging for Biden, this is hilarious because one of them is going to be windmilling. The other one, well, we'll get to that. I want y'all to listen to Jasmine Crocker bullshit first.
And here's the reality. If you are going to dump somebody because you don't appreciate how they, quote unquote, performed in 90 minutes, and you're going to discount everything that they've done for almost 50 years in this country, then honestly, it's not him that I'm worried about. I'm worried about the people that said that they had his back. The reality is that we see the Republicans will ride with a dude who's got 34 freaking felony convictions.
Hold it, heifer. Did this goofy little peanut head vote blue no matter who mammy say I'm more worried about you and the people that's supposed to have his back? Bitch, did he have Black America's back like he promised at that damn inauguration speech? Did he? Let me tell you, Shield, something. We don't owe that son of a bitch nothing. The only thing that we owe anybody to do is to stay black and die. That's it. And fight for these reparations and anti-black hate crowd. That's all we owe anybody. Or better yet, in the words of the great ancestral grandmaster teacher, Dr. John Henry Clark, the only thing black people in America owe anybody is an ass whooping. Let's let this jackass continue.
And over 50 more counts pending against him. People need to decide that they are going to choose themselves. And if they vote for Donald Trump, God bless us all, because he is only choosing him. That is all he's ever done. That's what he's going to continue to do. And to reward somebody for standing up there, spewing lies and spewing nonsense is ridiculous.
You act like Joe Biden was telling the truth. Oh, we're going to get to Joe's lies. We're going to get all the lies here tonight. Jesus, listen to this heifer. Let me tell black women something. Because I know most of the sisters in this chat got more sense than that. You got to if you're over here listening to me. Sisters, don't you ever do this. Don't go out like this. Let me tell you something. I understand that as women, y'all see the world different from us. I understand that some things will scare you. But before you start turning your head and kissing ass and just going with somebody because of how you feel about them or to fit in, look at what you are supposed to be as a black woman. You come from better than that. This is why I question whether Jasmine Crocker is FBA or not. She might be, but damn it, man. This here bootlicking right here, y'all don't go out like that, sisters and brothers. You damn well know that applies double for you. Let's let it continue.
You don't have to be in love with the president, but you should be in love with yourself and say, I deserve more of democracy. I deserve more as relates to my bodily autonomy.
Oh, there you go. There you go. First of all, we know we don't have to be in love with the president or no damn body. Bitch, this is business. I'm saying it like it need to be said. All this goofy childlike foolishness. I don't like this president. I don't like this president. Do you do business with like? Let me ask the brothers and sisters in here in the chat room, no matter what your profession or whatever business that you run, do you go to your profession or your business that you run trying to get your affairs taken care of off of what you like and what you don't like? Huh? Do you only decide to go into your job or your business if you like the circumstances that you're dealing with? Now, God bless you if you're doing something you love to do. But that's not the case for a lot of people sometimes. If you grown and you got bills to pay, there's a lot of shit you don't like. So that's something I want to disappear from our people's lexicon. Let's let it continue.
Deserve more as it relates to economic opportunities. The only person that even answered.
And by the way, all this fighting for deletion of children, heifer, that is not the common sense black person's main issue right now. When we looking at these food prices in this grocery store, look, let me tell you something. Even for those of us that is not putting a strain on, we starting not to like this shit now. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm like, hey, we got more to do with our money than worrying about food now. Come on, man. Huh? But for the average brother or sister that's got to make the serious decision, like, damn, you got to be trying to ration this and ration that. Blame Jim Crow Joe Biden. Because no matter what you say, it wasn't like this under Trump. There's no way to spin that. You're not going to make people not remember what they actually lived through. I know they wish they had a little Men in Black one so they could pull the wool over all your eyes, but unfortunately that doesn't exist. This idiot sitting up here talking about and that's another thing. Let's get this term straight. Brothers and sisters, especially you brothers in here, I want to put you up on game. Y'all ready? Because it's something that we're going to have to start combating when the Democrats come to you with this foolishness. We need as many black babies as we can have in a black America and families that are able to support them in healthy, stable black families, husband, wife, and children. But see, when they start talking about reproductive rights, here's what I want you to hit them with. Words have meanings, okay? Reproductive rights would pertain to actually giving birth. You know, like if you were actually concerned, you would be trying to say, okay, why is it that only black women have these high-ass infant mortality rates and not other women? That lets you know it's anti-black racism. Huh? They don't say much about trying to do nothing about that. They just say it, but don't talk about a damn solution. Brothers, you hit them with this. Talking about deleting a life is not reproductive rights, because in order to fight for reproductive freedom, you have to reproduce. I'm going to take it a step further and make some enemies, because y'all know where I stand on the deletion of innocent children. If nobody deleted your funky ass, outside of the three main reasons, incest, somebody forced themselves on you, a life-threatening pregnancy, our people don't have no business using abortion as birth control. And if you a dude encouraging a sister to get one, you ain't worth two dead flies neither. That's my stance on it. And I'm going to tell you like this. Brothers, when they start that bullshit, especially they come asking for your vote, here's what you tell them if you have the same stance as I do, okay? You tell them this. If someone, heaven forbid, punched a pregnant woman in her stomach and she lost that baby, would they not be charged with murder? If any one of us hired a hitman to kill somebody, would we not be an accessory to murder even though we didn't commit the murder ourselves? Ask them, how is using abortion as birth control any different? Checkmate on their motherfucking ass. Let's let it continue.
One economic question was Donald Trump. I'm sorry. I'm just as crazy this morning. was Joe Biden. Donald Trump wouldn't answer anything about the economy. Now, if people say the number one issue they have is the economy, you would think that they would at least say, well, he didn't answer anything about childcare. He didn't answer anything about making sure that there's more economic opportunities for black folk. He didn't answer anything on the economy. So why people think he better at it, I don't even know.
Did you hear this idiot? She closed her statement.
I don't know why anybody think he was better at the economy. I don't even know.
Well, jackass, because under Trump, people was paying lower gas prices. These food prices was nowhere near what we looking at now. The housing market wasn't as fucked up as it was, even though it wasn't nothing, you know what I'm saying, to jump up and down about. It wasn't like this. It wasn't like this. You wasn't seeing nothing about paying no 3 times the rent. You think about those of you that have teenage daughters and sons, nephews, nieces, or if they're in their early 20s and they working. They can't afford to get their first place without your help. That used to be a rite of passage of coming into adulthood, is moving out your folks' house. Now these young people, even if they're gainfully employed, they can't afford to do that on their own. That's a damn shame. See, these are the types of idiots that they put in charge. And then when all the shit crumbles, they'll turn and look at them. Well, you see, so-and-so said this and so-and-so did that. I done told y'all before, don't let these Democrats use you as they damn flunky, or the Republicans, either one. We're going to get to this bullet head here and see, I'm going to tell you what she looked like. I'm finna be petty. How many of y'all remember the horror movie, the original Hellraiser? Remember that? You know, the movie where the villain was Pinhead. Remember him? Oh, yeah, I am. Tell me she don't look like Pinhead without the pins. Pinhead's chocolate sister. That's what she is without the pins. But this hideous heifer right here, and I'm not just talking about how she look. She's hideous because she's a bootlicking Democrat shield. I can't stand them or Republican shields. I hate a shield. I really do. I want y'all to listen to this nitwit right here, though, because trust me, I'm playing these clips before we get into the main thing here for a reason.
That said, I too was on the phone throughout much of the debate with Obama world people, with Democrats, with people who are political operatives, with campaign operatives. My phone really never stopped buzzing throughout. And the universal reaction was somewhere approaching panic. The people who were texting with me were very concerned about President Biden seeming.
Fair use, by the way, bootlicks. Fair use, fair use, fair use for commentary. This is fair use.
Extremely feeble, seeming extremely weak. And, you know, I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. President Biden had one job tonight, and it was one primary job. And yes, it was to litigate Donald Trump's, you know, criminality and all of those things. But he had to settle his own party. He needed to settle Democrats. Democrats, you know, they always talk about Democrats are bedwetters and Democrats are always panicking. Yes, Democrats are always panicking. They're always scared, right? They're always thinking they're going to lose. Like, Democrats are very pessimistic. This is just neurotic. Who they are. They're neurotic. But Joe Biden's job was to reassure them tonight. His job was to calm his.
That man has dementia, and y'all knew this from the start. People have been saying that. What did they always say anytime we got on that? But hey, man, he not looking too high. This man turning around, shaking ghost hands and shit, going to the damn international summits, walking off into the damn distance. They got to lead his senile ass back the way he's supposed to be. They saw this. They've known that this man is out of his mind. But see, I'm going to get to another point about that later on here. I am. Because see, even though I don't have any sympathy for him, my main concern with this damn national security threat is just that. I don't give two shits about his old anti-black racist ass. No, I do not. I absolutely do not. One thing about this, the people that's actually making his decisions, that goes to show you that what's in power now, white America, this is where your stupid liberal asses better wake up if you one of them. And conservatives, I know you see it, but you better listen. That goes to show you right now, because Biden isn't in charge to be making no decisions. You've seen what we're going to see here in a little bit. The people that's making the decisions are the ones with these ulterior motives that have sold America out. You hear me? They sold them out. You know damn well Biden ain't sharp enough to do even half the stuff that Trump was doing when he was in office. And Trump isn't a spring chicken either, but out of the two, throwing your feelings aside, if you just had to pick the most coherent and competent person, you would have to say, hey, look, if I wanted somebody to go and speak for my company or whatever, you're going to choose Joe Biden or Trump. At this phase of their mental cognition that you can see with your own eyes here tonight. I want y'all to put a pin in that and keep that in the back of your mind as we get further into this. Let's let this jackass continue.
Party to make them feel that, yes, I can do this. I have 4 more years in me. I have the ability and the stamina and the strength to do 4 more years. He did not do that. He did the opposite of that. He made them more panicked. The people who were texting me were even more panicked. They actually expected it to be better than it was. And now they're in I won't say a full-fledged panic, but it's getting there.
No, bitch, it's a panic. It's cut the sugar coat now. See, did y'all notice something? Did y'all notice something about that clip that I just played you? Let me go ahead and fill you in on something. Why did they have all these black women up there speaking on this? I'm going somewhere with this. I want you to hear me. Why do they have all these black women up there speaking on this? Because, see, they stupid asses hadn't learned yet that they put you up there to say the stuff that white people don't want to say. Why they couldn't get white people to say that? What you got all these black women up here talking about that for? They're looking at you to say that so that if there's a backlash, they'll all turn towards you. But see, they deserve it because they stupid asses get up there, think they're separate and apart from the rest of black society, and they turn their backs on us. Family, I gave you the precursor of the panic of the aftermath. Now we're going to take a look at this shit. We're going to go ahead and get started. And you know I'm going to dissect this thing down from the A roll to the Z roll here tonight. Let's get started.
To debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules. Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
I'm finna get started right now. Oh, yes, I am. This already let you know everything you need to know before he spoke. Why am I saying that? He hobbles his ass out there and he's waving, hey, folks, how are you? Now, why is that a problem? Why is it a problem? There was no audience. Who the fuck are you? Hi, folks, how are you? Now, I already know what he was saying there for the people at home, the camera. No. If you doubt it, watch what he does next. Oh, I'm going to be on his ass, boy. I'm on his neck like Dracula, boy. Let's let it continue. Did you just see that? He's pointing like, this is where they told me I have to go. Boy, they got this heavily medicated Robo Biden running around out here. Y'all, boy, for those of you that didn't see this, this is bad. Only an idiot, and I've heard some of the excuses, only an idiot would come out trying to act like we didn't see what we're about to see here tonight. This is bad, y'all. Y'all gonna see, because we're gonna get into a lot of breaking this down over here tonight.
Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do was try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs, and we brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturers.
Now, notice this man stammering and stuttering and blinking his eyes, man. See, look, I don't give two shits about him because he didn't care nothing about our people, and I'm that type of person. I know what you do to me, I give you back in return. But for those of them that claim they care about him, this is cruel to send this bastard out here. And the whole, well, you got to look at what he left me. No, that's a lie. Why they want to talk about who's lying? I'm going to tell you how that's a lie. Everybody that's in here right now survived the Trump administration. If we were going to see inflation like we see it now, we would have saw it before he left office. That's the first lie. Let's let this bastard carry on.
Jobs, but there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination.
Nope. I told you, I'm gonna be on his neck like Dracula. Bullshit. You've been in office for 4 years. If you had any plan to cap rents, you would have got that done your first year in office. All them executive orders you signed for everybody except for black folks, you could have done that. You didn't, Joe Biden. We know you didn't because we're living in it right now. Tell me about who's lying. I'm not done with his ass by sight.
What I was left with in corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank
you. Now, everything that Trump just said, whether you like him or not, again, let me say it one more time for the people that think like toddlers. Fuck like or don't like. You can verify everything that Trump just said right there. That is a fact. You can look at it and tell. Those of us that survived that Trump administration, we remember what those things were like. We remember. See, say what you want about that man's bedroom business, personal life. I don't care about that. That's between him and his wife. I don't have a dog in that fight. I don't care what he does in his personal life. I care about what you do with this economy and keeping our nation from being in international threats where young people that hadn't even started living yet have to go and risk their lives for that bullshit. And say what you want. Trump was doing a good job of that without sending a whole shit ton of U.S. tax dollars to Ukraine, without sending men and women over there into the theater of warfare. Because let's be clear, let me go ahead and say this right now. I'm taking a risk saying this, but I'm going to tell you the truth. Those of you on my Patreon, you already saw evidence of what I'm about to say. Even though the United States military, the regular military, wasn't over there, special ops and CIA were in Ukraine, okay? I can't go into detail about all of that. But y'all on my Patreon, y'all saw what I posted over there recently. See, I give you stuff that a lot of people don't know anything about because of my former background. I do know about it. I know in extensive detail. I wish I really could go into detail about a lot of that here on YouTube, but hey, they get antsy when those of us that had my positions and start talking to what we talk. But I'm going to point you in the right direction. Just go take a look at what I had on my Patreon. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Recently posted that article. Read through it. That's verified. You can go look it up for yourself. But see, a lot of people don't give him credit for that because it's a hard thing to deal with that type of incident and not have to send troops over there. In fact, the way he kept Putin in line, he was like, all right, man, you keep playing with me, man. We're going to cut some of this funding that y'all getting over here. I'll give you another gangster move that he started making. Remember, even before the Ukraine situation, Trump was actually leaning down on some of these wealthy Russians over here fucking with their bank accounts. They're like, okay, I ain't got to send no troops over there. Let me start playing with some of your heavy hitters over here. Now, you want to make some money or no money? Okay? I'm going to give the man credit where credit is due for keeping us out of that conflict, because now it's going to get worse. See, they're sending our tax dollars over there by the billions. That's Biden's little personal stripper, Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. But it's going to get to a point where they're going to put boots on the ground if this shit keeps escalating. To be honest with you, that's not our business what Russia and Ukraine got going on. That's their backyard. They need to back off of that shit and tend to the business of America. That's what was most important. But I want y'all to listen to the rest of this. We got a lot more to examine.
Thank you, President Biden.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know.
You're the worst economy. I can't even get it out my mouth. I'm so mad. You're the worst president handling the economy since Jimmy Carter. The numbers prove that. See, let me tell you something about your brother. This is what I encourage y'all to do all the time on this platform. Don't take their word. Don't take my word. Policy and numbers. Go look that up. You go look at Jimmy Carter's results from his presidency and compare it to this, what we going through now. That's bad when you doing worse than Carter, man. There's some presidents, when people start comparing you to them, you know you're not doing a good job. Carter, Bush Jr. To name two. There's others, Nixon. But those three, that's just a few. When people start comparing you to them, yeah, you backed the wrong horse if you voted for him. Let's let it continue.
When he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I.
Oh, them's fighting words. Oh, that's a lie. Oh, no. That is a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie. Family, how many of you remember, because there's others, but we're going to start with our people. How many of you remember those 3 soldiers out of Georgia that I covered here on that channel, on this channel, that lost their lives during his administration? See how they don't even think about us? And I'm just naming our people, but they've lost white people too. I don't know who told him to tell that fucking lie. Let me tell you something, man. Whether you are an active duty veteran or a retired veteran, you know what I'm about to say is the truth. We can't stand this son of a bitch Biden. We couldn't stand him before he became president. We can't stand his ass now. You know I'm telling the truth. Where my combat vets at, y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna hold my tongue on that, because that boy, y'all know that right there. Going there. There's some more lies he gonna tell about that. I'm gonna have to contain myself, but we're gonna get back to it, y'all. I'm gonna compose myself and let him keep going here.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years.
Now I'm going to stop it right here because I'm going to point something out. For all the lies they say Trump told, again, he's accurate with that timeline of 14 months, because you remember, for a little while, prices was all right. Go back and do your homework about 14 months into Biden's presidency and then see when shit just started to balloon out of nowhere. Huh? Let me tell you something. When it comes to inflation, you know what contributes to this inflation? This the one that's going to really sting, and this is why you are stone cold fool if you go and vote for 4 more years of this damn jackass Biden. You know what I say? Biden stands for beyond incompetent, destroying economics nationwide. Okay? Beyond incompetent, destroying the economics nationwide. You know when they started footing the bill for all these migrants, putting them up in all these hotels, giving them debit cards, you know that didn't just come out of thin air. That came out of the taxpayer pockets, our pockets. Now do you see why that inflation started to take off like this? And it went up even higher when they started doing that? Oh, yeah, see, Democrats, you can't argue with me because I pay attention to money and numbers more than any damn thing. Let's let it continue.
Under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer.
Look at this smirk that son of a bitch Biden has on his face. Look at him. He's grinning, basically. What the fuck is funny about this shit? Seriously, do you want this jackass back in office? Anybody? See, let me make a point about something Trump was saying when he was talking about the liquid gold on our feet. He was talking about oil. You know something else that contributed to this damn inflation? See, when you're energy independent, I'm going there. Trump was using most of the oil from over here. That's why the gas prices was low. He shut down that pipeline, Biden, which cost black men jobs, by the way, okay? Shut that down and made us back energy dependent on OPEC, the gangsters of the damn energy universe. When you paying all that money for that oil and gas from them and they can set the prices on what they want, now do you see why shit has gone through the roof again? Now, let me ask people a question, whether you like Trump or not. Would you rather have the gas prices under his administration or the ones that you see now with this damn smirking jackass over here? Let's let it continue.
Respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
And that's not a lie. You know why? All white liberals see, I'm giving you the commentary that most people ain't going to give you no matter how long they drag out their broadcast. Let me tell you something. Prove what Trump is saying is a lie, because you've seen the crimes that these illegal aliens have committed on your people, mainly white women. Oh boy, it's been a whole lot of sexual assaults of white women, hadn't there? Oh yeah, you can't say Trump is wrong about that, because they'll be committing crimes left and right. Then to add insult to injury, they're doing it off the lap of luxury of the taxpayer dollar. They're staying in luxury hotels that some of you ain't never seen the inside of. They're coming up here complaining in those luxury hotels about the food not being culturally to their satisfaction. Think about it. They're like spoiled brats. I'll not eat this. Bring me food, hand-peeled grapes from my homeland. I'm being facetious, but you get my point. Oh, but Trump is just lying about so much. Oh, Trump slept with a porn star. Who gives a fuck? Nobody care about who this man laying up with. I don't care where he stick his little orange Cheeto. I care about these economics and these policies. Boy, ooh, let's let it continue.
Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system.
What you think all these favors you doing for your corporate buddies is doing? That's benefiting the very wealthy. You ain't doing nothing to rein in places like BlackRock, companies like BlackRock buying up all the real estate, the single family homes, and then just renting them out so people can't buy them and own no homes. You ain't doing nothing to reel that in. Don't get me started on your corporate American buddies and these food companies. See, I told y'all, you better go on opensecret.org and places like that and track this money and see who owns these damn bastards here. Huh? Think about it. I got to drill this home, particularly on the food prices. Mortgage and rent too. We'll throw that in. Do you really think that this stuff just hopped up out of nowhere like we've never seen before and this wasn't orchestrated? Think about it. If this was something that just couldn't be helped, why haven't we seen it happen before on this level? I'm not talking about things have gone up like things do with the cost of living in society to a small degree. But we've never seen anything like this before. So my point is, if it was just so uncontrollable, it was just inevitable to happen, we would have seen it before now. Huh? Yeah, see, that's why they don't like this channel. I try to make you think over here. Let's let it continue.
For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they've raised $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat.
This is a goddamn shame. I don't even have to say anything about what you just saw, because we all saw that. All of us that saw that live. And if you didn't see it, you're seeing it here tonight. I don't have to say nothing about this man's mental state at this point. But you know what I am going to do? I'm going to point out the things that he's not talking about. All this laundry list of bullshit that he's naming there, because he hasn't done none of that. All this laundry list of bullshit that he's naming. You know what you don't hear the Democrats ever talk about? Oh, I'm finna go somewhere, it's going to hurt some feelings. They'll talk about programs and all this lift all bullshit, but you never hear them talk about expanding the entrepreneurial and business class and giving people with businesses startup capital. You notice you don't hear any Democrat talking like that. And if you do, anybody in this chat room, feel free to correct me. Name a Democrat in any position that you heard talking about expanding entrepreneurial and business ownership and giving you capital for them businesses. Who talking like that over there? Talk to me. Let me know I'm wrong. Tell me, GBS, you got it wrong. I know a person because I want to know who this is. Democrat Shields, I know you're listening. I know you're listening. Tell me the person that talks about that. Somebody tell me. Please tell me. I'm looking. Nobody gonna tell me who that person is? Because I don't think it exists, and somebody point them out. Maybe I missed it. I don't think I know everything. I just know what I see, and I know what I hear. And I have not heard any Democrat ever talking about banning entrepreneurship, business creation, and funding capital for these businesses, especially when it comes to Black America. Know why? Because they're the pimps that want to keep you dependent on them. I'm not saying that the Republicans don't. But see, you think about a pimp that keeps his whore dependent on him for everything that she needs, to the point that she don't even know how to survive on her own. That's what they want Black America. Over here, I always, for years, have pushed business creation and ownership. Every chance you get. I know everybody's not going to do that. I know everybody's not in a position to. But if you're able to and you have the drive to do it, you should be working to get yourself in that position, even if you got a 9-to-5 job. Set your chips aside. Don't be buying all this luxury name brand bullshit. Make some smart investments. And whatever your talent or passion is as far as starting a business, get that popping. That way you don't have to punch no white man's clout. That's a beautiful feeling, let me tell you. Okay? I damn sure don't have to punch their clouts. That's why I can talk the way I want to talk over here within reason. You know, because PewTube, boy, I done made them nervous, y'all. I'm going to go more into detail about that in a later date. But I've made them nervous. I made them nervous, boy, because you just, look, wall after wall, age restriction, stuff that's been on for years. Oh, yeah, see, they only fuck with you unless you're doing something right. Anyway, we're going to continue analyzing this. Let's let it continue.
Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back.
Look how Biden is looking shocked at this man. Why is he saying that? See, let me go somewhere that most Black content creators won't go. Let me tell you something. White America. Let me make it clear who I'm talking to now. Because I already made it clear what my stance is as far as deletion of children in my community. White America, you know that your people, looking at those declining birth rates, that's the main reason that they struck down Roe versus Wade. Y'all numbers are damn near below, and some people say they are below replacement level. Don't you know that within 2 or 3 generations, boy, you complaining about it's not being enough for y'all here now? Do you know what's going to happen 3 generations from now? Yeah, I'm talking to you, white America. Yes, I am. If you put any of these Democrats in power that's pushing that, you're going to be dooming your own people. See, I'm trying to talk some sense into you, something I rarely ever do, because, I really don't give 2 shits about your people. I really don't. But I'm just going to say it for the sake of saying it here. Don't you know that never mind the propaganda bullshit, we're talking about the actual hard numbers. Don't you know that in America, really worldwide, your people took the largest hits as far as your people that lost their lives to the beer bug? You do know that it needs to be nothing but a whole lot of procreation to make up for that, right? Your numbers was upwards of 100,000 people that died. Oh, yes. And you really want a policy in place that allows you to take innocent unborn life outside of the 3 reasons that everybody knows? I said it before: incest, somebody force themselves on a woman, or a life-threatening pregnancy. Outside of those 3, there's no reason to consider killing an unborn child. You stupid liberals got some serious decisions to make as far as white America. You do. You got some decisions to make. Because, see, if you look at how Roe versus Wade came about, how many of y'all know the history of that, family? Briefly, I'll go into that before I let this continue here. If you look at the case of Roe versus Wade, it was a white woman that made up a lie about being sexually assaulted by a black man. So what they wanted to do is say, oh, no, we can't have these white women having these little Negra babies because, us black men just can't control ourselves. We just have to have every white woman we see. Oh, they believe that Birth of a Nation bullshit by D.W. Griffith to this day. So what they wanted to do is say, okay, we got to have a way to kill these little half Negro babies. That's really the long and short of it. That's really long and short of it. Go and look the case up. You don't have to believe me. That's exactly why they had that in the first place. And then we know the demonic Margaret Sanger said, you know what? Yeah, we do need a way to get rid of the little half Negro babies if white women are sexually assaulted by these Negro brutes. But we need to market this to black folks because they're numerous like weeds. And that demonic bag of dog shit made she rest in peace went and used them bootlicking sellouts in the black clergy to market that shit to our people. See, you notice that they don't have no fertility clinics in black neighborhoods. They don't have the best hospital care where black women will be safe delivering babies in these hospitals. This is why we need our reparations to create our own. We shouldn't expect them to do that because, look, there's no way you're going to tell me that it's just black women that are dying at high numbers. And you saying that that's just happenstance because it would be all women that, think about it. If that wasn't targeted and anti-black racism, why is it that all women aren't having the same issue and problem? That would be something everybody like, damn, man, my wife is about to go in here and give birth to our son. I hope she make it. Or our daughter, I hope she make it, man. It's the risk they're going to take. No, other communities don't worry about that. They go in there, pop out kids, come out fine. Where's Jasmine Crockett and Joanne Reed to be talking about what I just said? See, they don't ever lay that at the Democrats' feet. That's how you know they don't really give a fuck about that. They just throw that up because they know that's going to tug at black women's heartstrings, that, putting that demonic issue on the table. You, boy, ooh. I'm going to hold back on that. Y'all know my thoughts on that. I've made my point on that, but I'm going to say this to you and leave it alone because I'm not going to address you no more here tonight, white America. If you go put this man back in office, mark my words, you are marking the end of your people in this country as being a minority. It's going to be for quicker than 2040 if you do that. You better look at that pandemic that happened out of nowhere, and you better look at what could yet to come with everything that's going on. Heaven forbid that it turns into a hot war, the situation over there in Eastern Europe with Ukraine. But if it does, there's no such thing as a boots on the ground war with no casualties. You got your sons and daughters in there. This is why I tell y'all every chance, regardless of my situation, I do not encourage any of our young black men and women to go into the service, especially now. I don't. This isn't the time. I don't give a fuck if white America gets mad. I actually love my people enough to tell the truth. We're going to let this continue. And I want y'all to continue to look at this jackass over here, because you tell me if I'm exaggerating when I say this man is a national security threat. He look like he don't even know what time of day it is. Let it continue.
Back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical, because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars support it.
I know I said I wasn't going to say nothing else about it, but damn it, I'm not going to say this in a way to ask anybody else to believe what I believe in, because I do believe in the Most High. Whatever your faith is in this chat room, or some might be some atheists listening to me. I'm making this statement for people that claim to be Christians, though, and I'm going to say it this way. You can't claim to be a Christian and serve the Most High and actually advocate to end innocent, unborn life outside of them 3 exceptions. You can't. I don't care what church you sit in. I'm going here. There's no way to spin that. That's not scriptural. It's not holy. It's not anything that the Most High will advocate for and say that it's the right thing to do at all. You can't claim to be no Christian and support that. You can't. I just wanted to get that out there so to continue.
When it was decided, supported Roe, and that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, that each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
See, this is what I don't like when they got to talking about Trump lie, Trump lie. What about this lie? Because we all know that's a small percentage of those cases. Now, that's nothing to trivialize. That is a horrible thing. I have spoken against that for years. Y'all know my stance on if some bastard go and force himself on any woman. I don't wish that on even the white women in their community. I don't. But if you look at the numbers, that's a small percentage of people. It's not a whole lot of that going on to the point where every time somebody goes to delete a child, that's what the reason is. No, it's not. Them bastards are using that shit as birth control. They are. And may the Most High curse their womb with barrenness, because that's not right. If you walking around here and you get to breathe, whether you're a man or a woman, and like I say, I hold the men encouraging the women to doing it. I hold you to the same standard as them. You also are an accessory to murder. I'm going to put you right in there with them. If your funky asses are walking around here breathing, so does that child deserve to get that chance to live. If you don't want to have kids, then hey, you know how you stop that? Abstinence. Don't even use no type of country. Just abstain from having sex. How about you do that? See, I done told y'all, if it was up to me, I would tell you plainly, I'm like, if you do this, just know this is going to be the last time you do it, because we're going to sterilize both you and that dude. You will have to bring the guy in there. We got to do a DNA. Like, who's the father? Oh, you encourage, you for it? Okay. We're going to sterilize you too. That's right. I will go there. That'll be the last child that you ever killed. Let's let it continue.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last, no politics.
See, this is the other thing that pissed me off about that. Again, we know the 3 reasonable exceptions. I've said that many times here. You heard the orange man say it, okay? But see, what pisses me off about them saying that, you keep talking about the women's decision, the women's decision. It took 2 people to make that goddamn baby. I'm tired of this shit acting like men don't have a say in whether their children get to live or die. Bitch, how about you have the baby and just give the child to the father? Huh? How about that? Or put the child up for adoption. Anything, I'm talking about if it was consensual, anything other than killing the child. I'm so sick of these weak spine simps in white America that's in government office acting like the fathers don't matter at all. It's not just her child. And that my body, my choice. Well, bitch, at this point, if you growing something inside of you, that's not your body. That's a whole other human being. It's in your body, but what gives you the right to kill an innocent child because you were sexually irresponsible? I was glad when they struck down Roe v. Wade. We need more babies in our community. This will encourage people to be more responsible with who you laying down with. It's time to grow the fuck up. This country is going down the toilet because of all these stupid agendas and laws that they putting in place to allow people to act like big overgrown fucking children with no morals. Sitting up here passing Joe Biden off like he's some type of moral high ground. Man, fuck that. Let's let it continue.
Should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed.
Oh, let me stop this babbling buffoon right here. You know how you avoid putting families in cages since you're so concerned about putting them in cages, Jim Crow Joe? And the Democrat Party and the rest of you goofy, bleeding heart liberals that's sitting up here with these millions of illegal aliens coming up here. Because see, you thought that was just going to hurt black people. Don't you know by now, you white supremacist liberals and Republicans, that every time you do something calling yourself trying to hurt black people, it comes back to hurt your community even more? Huh? They going to, look, go look at where most of these illegal aliens are committing these crimes. They ain't going to the black areas. They're going to the white folks, the wealthy white areas too. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's where they're going. I'll tell you how you avoid putting them in cages. Know how you don't have to be in a cage? Don't bring your ass over here illegally in the first place. Problem solved. Let's let it continue.
The law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office.
You a lying son of a bitch. And see, I wish that Trump would have said, I wish that I was Trump's advisor on getting him ready to talk to this bastard, because you know what? Trump would have crushed his ass even worse than he did in this debate. Because let's be clear, Trump destroyed him in this so-called debate. This wasn't even a debate. This was the equivalent of a pit bull shaking a chew toy around. You ever seen a pit bull with a chew toy? This is what this looked like. You know what he should have said? He should have said, no, Biden, you just told a lie because you've been flying them over here on the CBP1 app. Yeah, where they can apply in their country and get access to hop on a plane and fly their asses over here. That's what you did. See, this slippery little bastard, let me thread this needle for you. He's trying to say, we reduced the numbers at the border. Yeah, I know, because you putting them on planes and flying them in here. If you doubt what I'm saying, if you said, GPS, you just reaching, you know the liberals, boy, they in the Biden search. Oh, that's not true. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Everybody in my chat room listening to me live or recorded, I want you to do some homework and some mental math. Go to your nearest airport and look at all them damn illegal aliens flooding in that motherfucker. You think that the poor ones coming across the border could afford to do that? Or do you think those are the ones that's hopping off that damn CBP1 ticket paid for by the American taxpayer? Checkmate. I told you, they don't like my channel for a reason.
I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers. President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had this.
Look at Biden's face when Trump said, like, how could you say that to me? Oh, it's a tragedy, but it's funny. He don't know what he said. Let me tell you something, man. You better take a good look. If you a vote blue no matter who person, you better take a good look at this man over here on the right side of this screen. And then, if you can, detach yourself from this, for whatever reason you love a doddering, old, incompetent white man, detach yourself from that for a minute. Think about how the other world leaders, his counterparts, are looking at this. Let me tell you something. All jokes aside, Putin, the president of Russia, Xi Jinping, the president of China, Kim Jong-un, the president of North Korea, all their adversaries, even Iran, their presidential leaders, they're studying this. They're studying this right now. Just like I'm reviewing this, don't you know they're looking at this? Do you think that they're looking at this going, oh, boy, we better not fuck with the United States and Biden. Don't do that. Or do you think they're like, you know what? Now's the time to do whatever we going to do because he's weak. And when you got weak leadership, it's time to come at you. I'm going to make a prediction and I hope it don't come true. You're going to see them make a very bold move on the world stage. I'm talking either Russia or China or North Korea or all three. They might get their nuts up together and just say, you know what, fuck it. They're going to make a bold move on the world stage and they're going to try to make it before November. I'm telling you, because they know if Trump get back in there, they're not going to play them games with him. If they were going to play him, they would have did it while he was in there. That's one of the only people that could handle crazy-ass Kim Jong-un. See, look. Never mind feelings. Look at how deranged Kim Jong-un is. Little nutcase. You see how he handled that? That's history. Never mind what I'm saying. Look at the history. Same thing with him and Putin. He knew how to handle that without sending American troops into harm's way unnecessarily. This jackass throwing money over there on Zelensky, his little personal stripper, and now you got our people over there in the theater of war. And more young people are going to go because, unfortunately, if you in there new, this is going to be one of your first tours of duty. Godspeed and God bless all the Black American young men and women that are in any branch of the military. I really wish they had other paths. I understand why they chose that, but if I had my way, I would have them brothers and sisters doing something else. Another way. This is why we need our reparations, so none of our young men and women have to even consider going into the military. But family, this is a bad look on the international stage. Let's let it continue. This is ridiculous here.
Safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't.
Couple things to let you know Trump is telling the truth. Remember the broadcast I did on this channel showing you the connection between the Mexican cartel and the Chinese triad? Remember that broadcast? Trump isn't lying about these criminals and terrorists coming up through here. He's not. You know, when you start seeing Asian men crossing that southern border, you really think China isn't going to send agents to exploit that damn weakness? Because I know I would. Huh? You think about that. Then, the other thing that he's telling the truth about here, when he had the stay in Mexico policy and the catch and release in Mexico policy, not catch and release here in the United States, anybody that lives in Texas right now, if you're in my chat room, you can verify this. I'm going to give you some homework to do. Don't believe me. Don't believe a word I say. You go verify this, what I'm about to tell you for yourself. If you live in Texas or any of the border states, go talk to a Border Patrol agent and ask them Was the border situation better under Trump or Biden? And see what it tell you. Because see, we all know the answer. Y'all see I've covered that extensively on this channel. But don't take none of my reporting for it or my word. Go ask and see what answer you get. Just go do that. Let it continue.
Say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, and his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in and his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed three people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the two greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our...
Now, before Trump makes this statement here, because he's about to cook Biden, as he did throughout this debate, I will say this. I remember when they killed General Soleimani over there, the Iranian and general. He was a very powerful figure in the so-called Middle East. Okay, because I say so-called because that was once a part of Africa. But anyway, when they killed him, I'm gonna be honest, that was a very dangerous terrorist. He was. But I still think the better option would have been to dispatch him using their own people. So that wouldn't have been tied directly to the United States. I really think now that's one thing I'll say that I think the Trump administration handled in a sloppy fashion. I mean, listen, I'm just saying from the point of view of a retired soldier, if you're going to do things like that, you want to try to keep your hands clean. I mean, because that's, here's why I'm worrying about it. Because a lot of white people, why are you saying that we got him? He's gone. Okay, especially white folks talking like that. What happens the next time that some Iranian terrorists decide to take a plane hostage? Oh, yeah, they love them white hostages. They usually let the black folks go now. Yeah, but you white folks, yeah, so you better think about that before you start arguing with me. Yeah, so that's why I think that was handled in a sloppy fashion. There was a better way to do that, but that's something I could get into at a later time if y'all want me to go into detail on that. But anyway, Trump's about to finish cooking this damn jackass over here because every point that he's making, man, look, Jasmine Crockett, you won't hear them talking about the stuff that was actual fact that Trump was stating in this debate. All they're doing is pointing out his personal life and, oh, he made this or he made that. Or which one of them ain't exaggerating about stuff at times on either side. But one thing I will say, Trump told more of the truth than Biden did here, and you be the judge of this because we're going to let it continue. Let's go.
People in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest.
And he doesn't. That's why the son of a bitch is looking down right now. Because, see, let me go here for this. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go here. Since you like to tell people how much you love the veterans, you know, you say how much you love us all the time. Oh, you love the veterans. Both parties, not just one. Okay, let's go here with it. You love veterans so much, the people that put our lives on the line for this country, and thank God I'm in a position where I've never been homeless and I don't have to be. Okay, Lord willing. But you think about the ones that are. Don't you think that instead of putting these migrants in these hotels and these programs and giving them these benefits, don't you think that should be for the men and women that fought for this country? Don't you think that? Huh? Biden sexuals, that's who I'm talking to, the Democrats. Don't you think that you should have did that before you did? How you gonna let illegal aliens that's not supposed to be here, broke the law to get into the country, leapfrog the so-called veterans that you claim to love so much? You know, you tell us you love us so much. That's what you say. Just throwing it out here. Just throwing it out here. Why doesn't everybody come up with a program to do that? You can't say they didn't earn it, huh? For those that are homeless, that went and fought for this country, you can't tell them they didn't earn it. There should be no such thing ever as a homeless veteran. That's one thing I've always said that needs to be changed. Nah, man, if you don't get nothing else out of it, you go and survive multiple tours of duty like some of us have, you should be guaranteed at least a home paid for. Paid for. Not no mortgage reduction. No, paid for. That's the very least you could do for the veterans if you love them so much. But, you know, who am I? I'm just a retired combat vet. That's just too much like right. Nah, so let's let it continue.
Approval rating for veterans, taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits.
Oh, now see. Biden, your boy went out there shoulder to shoulder with nobody that did a tour of duty in Iraq. That makes me so angry, him even bringing that up. You put your boy in a position that was basically safe. He wasn't out there in any danger. He wasn't. Ooh, boy, I'm trying to hold my tongue. There's so much I hate that. That's an insult to any of us that have ever had to be in a real fucking firefight. Huh? Don't. You know what? I'm gonna let y'all do your own homework on that. I'll tell you what, I'll do that. If I start talking about that, boy, they'll really nuke this channel then. Oh, boy. That's an insult. That's an insult, though. I don't care whether it's Democrat or Republican that do it. If you done had your relatives in these little cushy jobs in the military where they far away from any real active, dangerous combat, don't you come up here and make these statements, my boys in Iraq. It don't count, motherfucker. If you went in no fire team on no firing squad, or out there, man, in the field, actually having to be in danger, like some of us know what that look like up close and personal, that don't count. It don't count. It's like a towel boy. That shit don't count. It doesn't. Boy, you know what? Let me leave that alone. I'm gonna let this continue, boy, because I'll be done seeing something, man. Let's let it continue.
Back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day. And I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say
I'm going to tell you why I believe Trump on that. Let me tell you why I believe him, right? Let me tell you something. One of the things that most combat veterans don't play, especially the white ones, is you saying some shit like that about any of us. Be honest with you, that have actually served multiple tours of active duty. If you say some shit like that, it's going to get around. It's going to get around. There will be no way to hide that. So I really don't believe, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't believe Trump said that shit. I don't. And it's not because I'm a Trump fan for any idiot listening. No, I'm not. I'm just saying because if you make that statement and any higher brass says that, let me put it to you this way. For those that have never served in the military, anybody that's ever served in any branch of service in here, you know what I'm saying, and what I'm about to say is going to be the truth. The military is just like if you in a football locker room or a basketball locker room. People gonna talk, man. You make a statement like that and somebody actually heard it that's trusted, oh, it's gonna get around. I'm like, man, fuck that son of a bitch. How dare you insult us like that? So I don't believe Trump said it, because we would have, look, that would have been made loud and clear. You would have had somebody actually be like, hey, no, I got him on tape saying it. You hear me? So I don't believe that. I really don't. I really don't. Now, I could be wrong, but I just think that it would be very hard to hide that, especially with the way he described, he said it, and where he said it. Trump is not the brightest guy and tool in the shed, okay? He's not. But even he isn't stupid enough to run his mouth like that, even if he did think that, okay? Especially, and think about this. I'm just giving you some reason why I don't believe that. Trump was a draft dodger. Let's call it what it is. Draft dodger. Mr. Bone Spurs, okay? If he would have made that statement, that would have ruined his political career. You see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make it make sense. Let's let it continue.
Say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans, because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line.
I'm going to tell you why I really think Biden is lying. Four-star generals talk, man. Huh? They got their, once you get that high military chain of command, four-star generals, admirals, things of that nature, man, they talk to each other. That would have gotten around so fast. See, let me put it to you this way. That would have gotten around so fast, Trump wouldn't have nowhere near the support that he has right now, because that would have hurt him. People would have been like, people that, look, let me tell you something. Everybody in this chat room know people that if they told you something, you would be like, you know what? Nah, that brother or sister don't make up no lies. If they saying it, I'm going to check into it and take it serious, because chances are this is the person that you know for a fact is not prone to making up shit or playing nothing like that. Of course, you look into it, but all of us know somebody like that. Now, that goes double when you get to that higher brass of the military. They're like, hey, man, nah, if he said that would have gotten around like wildfire, trust me. So I don't believe no four-star general heard him say that, because where he at? Why he ain't talking about it? Huh? Where's this four-star general? Why you ain't naming the name? Give us the name of the four-star general, Biden. I want to hear who said it. Don't just say a four-star general. Tell us who said it. If you're going to stand on business, how about you stand on it all the way? Put the name out there. Why don't you tell us that? Very suspicious in my opinion. Let's let it continue.
Done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all,
before Trump makes that statement, you can find this document on my community wall, because I've heard some people, and you know, no disrespect to the brother that I heard make the statement talking about, you know, Ukraine is not a part of NATO. No, they're not a part of it now. But if you look on my community tab, scroll down a couple of items, you will see that I posted an article that showed you that the offer for Ukraine to join NATO is still pending. It's on the table. So they're not a part now, but the offer is on the table, okay? This is why Putin is taking the actions that he's taking over there, because he don't want all those NATO nations pointed right at his backyard, and I don't blame the man. No country will agree to that. No country would. They really need to leave that man the fuck alone, man. Get out there with them folks' business. Look, as long as they're not fucking with us, don't fuck with them. That's their issue to settle. We ain't got nothing to do with that. But see, I told y'all before, one of the main reasons why they're so concerned, not so much about the Ukrainian people, America really only, and I'm just going to tell the truth, America really only defends countries where it has invested interest at, okay? Assets in the region. And when it comes to that certain medical procedure that they wanted everybody to get, there's a whole lot of manufacturing of that being done over there in Ukraine. You probably didn't know that. Don't believe me? Consider me a bold-faced liar. Go look it up. I'm going to tell you something else I want you to look up. And if you're on my Patreon, you already know about this. If you want to know what's really going on with Ukraine and who's over there doing the training right now, look up Unit 2245 in Ukraine. Oh, see, if you're on my Patreon, you already know about what I'm talking about. Y'all seen it. Go look that up. Give you a little bit of homework to do. Then a lot will make sense to you. Let's let it continue.
well, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin.
Why is this man laughing like the damn Joker? What kind of dope did they pump this Biden bot full of? No part of this is appropriate for him to be looking this way. Family, he looks like a villain off a fucking cartoon. Seriously. This man is in and out of coherence. He's clearly in the later stages of dementia. And this son of a bitch is in charge of the nuclear launch codes. Oh my God. Family, you can't make this up. He got to get up out of here in November, man. Listen, Biden sexuals, you can't listen. I get it. Some of you just want to have reminiscence of your ancestors that didn't want to leave the plantation, so you like his old senile ass. Master's good does. Listen, jackass, if you value living, you better not put this son of a bitch back in office. Now, if you don't want to vote for Trump, fine, choose the couch. But if you go get this man your vote, I'm telling you, you're going to live to regret it. You think shit is bad now, you better remember the Joanne Reeds and the Jasmine Crockett's, they getting paid good off your tax dollars. You not. The average American citizen can't get access to our tax dollars the way these illegal aliens and these bastards up there in the Congress on both sides of the aisle are getting access to it. Got their hand in the cookie jar 24/7. Coming there in Congress, dirt poor, and then in 2-3 years, you a multi-millionaire. Come on, man. Don't get me started on AIPAC. Oh, boy. That should be illegal, man. They shouldn't be, man. I'll have to say some of that for a future broadcast, y'all, because they already messing with the channel. Let's let it continue.
He would have never invaded Ukraine A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin...
Now, that's the part right there that I take personal. Because I spoke about this before. Y'all remember the broadcast where I covered Eric Prince of Blackwater Lion Serpent, that bastard. I hate his ass. That's true. There's still Americans left over in Afghanistan. That the way that was handled, man. It's hard to talk about that. That's true, though. That's true. It's true that we left billions of dollars worth of American equipment over there. Now the Taliban and anybody else, they got free military equipment to use that costs taxpayers money. She's not lying about that. That actually happened. You can look it up. But man, the equipment is one thing. You start leaving people that put their lives on the line for this country behind. That's fucked up, man. So that happened. Yep, that really happened. So that's why I don't be encouraging our people to join, especially today. You know, no black persons to join any branch of service until they pay our reparations. That's just where I feel about it. I'm not going to change my stance on that. But I want you to listen to the rest of what he's saying. Then I want you to listen to what Biden's going to try to reply with. Then you tell me if you think that Biden's actually the person to keep him there for 4 more years. And then I want you to also tell me if you think that he's being, ask yourself this, who's being more honest in this debate? Let it continue.
Putin saw that. He said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute.
I'm going to pause it right here because I want to interject and I want to see what the family thinks about this, right? Because as you can see, the issues that are being brought up, this isn't something that, that's hidden from the public. Y'all can go and verify this for yourself. That's the beautiful thing about being in the information age today. You can verify it the instant that somebody starts lying, no matter whether it's Trump or Biden, okay? But I want to throw an idea out here. I want to see how many of y'all will be with this, and I want to get a little bit of chat room participation. Tell me if you think that this is the way a debate between two presidential candidates should be handled in the future. Instead of them just talking and arguing with each other to make points, you know what I think should be added to debates? And they got the money to fund this too, by the way. But I think that anything that they say and make a claim, just like when we were in college or what have you, you had to make a PowerPoint presentation. I think that each candidate should be able to have their presentation to make their case and actually show it and be like, look, here's these figures, here's these numbers, this is what happened here. These are the statements you said, et cetera, date, time. How many of y'all think that's a good idea? Give me a thumbs up if you agree with that. Give me a thumbs up, because see, the reason why I say I think it's a good idea for the people that are not politically savvy, for the younger people that are not up to date on politics, and you know, even though you're living here in this country, they're not abreast on everything that happens. I think that if they were required to actually do like a PowerPoint presentation, exactly, D. Foster, to have receipts, so that way what you're talking about, the American people can say, yeah, you know what, I remember this. This happened in my state. I remember this court decision. I remember this legislation. And in fact, the business, not only should they just not be allowed to just argue their points, when it comes to policy, they should have to state the specific policy number, the specific bill number, the specific law, and name that so that the American public can keep up with it. I think that would be a great idea. I see some of y'all agree with that. Yeah. And like K. Wright said, if they break federal laws, they will break state laws and any and every other law. We can't break federal law and still remain free and rewarded with benefits. Absolutely right. Absolutely 1000% correct. But that's just an idea I had. I like to throw ideas out here from time to time and see what the family thinks. That's it. We're going to let it continue.
I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that
that's $200 billion of our reparations money.
Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever.
And speaking of that, here's something else I want y'all to, I'm giving you a lot of homework tonight because I don't want you to believe me. Oh, no, don't believe nothing your brother GBS say. You go and look at what Zelensky's been doing with this money. You know, he balling over there off our tax dollars. Oh, look at the shit that he's been buying. Oh, yes. That's a presentation, a future presentation alone. Oh, he living high on the hog over there. Oh, yes, he is. Off of yours and my tax dollars, okay? Oh, he doing it big. He competing with your greatest rappers. I'm telling you. Seems to me that he doing a little bit of buying yachts and shit. When's the last time a yacht is a part of a military operation? I love to see how you write that off and make an excuse for that. How you gonna spend that? Seems to me he doing a little bit too much, relaxing in the hot tubs and buying luxury estates and stuff like that. I thought you had a country to run and a water manage. Listen. I don't have nothing against the kaleidoscope community, okay? I don't. But Biden, if that was your little boo thing before you got in office, hey man, you be his sugar daddy. That ain't got. We shouldn't have to foot your little sugar baby over there, okay? I understand that whatever you do with him, that's your business. We shouldn't have to fund your boo thing's lifestyle, cause you tricking at this point. I'm just gonna call he tricking. Tell me how he ain't tricking. Come on now, let's let it continue.
And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people, and he has made...
Bitch, you a war criminal. Listen, I know we only focus on foundational Black American freedom issues over here right now, because that's what we should be focused on. But go and look at all the airstrikes he's been launching over there in African countries since he's been in office. And see, that's another thing why they better get on code and get ready to defend themselves. Because see, if African leaders had any competence, I'll shut down all of that. You just flying over my sovereign airspace like that. Look, I'm just going to throw this out here. If I was an African leader and before I took office as president of an African nation, you've been known to be flying over my country, conducting bombing raids and shit like that, just disrespecting my airspace. Because think about it, they can't fly over our airspace like that without being shot down. They better cut some deals with Putin and get some of those Russian Buk systems. Where my veterans at? You know that damn Russian Buk missile system ain't no joke. Surface to air missiles, hey boy, I don't give a damn how good a pilot you are, boy. Them bastards got supersonic missiles now, and they have the edge on supersonic missile technology over America at the current. I don't care how bad a pilot you are, boy. Shit, you get one of them launched on your ass. Good luck getting rid of that shit. Unless you got a contingent to shoot that son of a bitch down. I'm just saying, I would get something to deny them access to my airspace. You just be flying over people's airspace, bombing willy-nilly with no consequences. That's why they need to get on code and build their militaries over there. But hey, that's their problem. You know what I'm saying? If they're not going to follow the way of the president of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, getting their shit on code, getting their military together and banding with other African nations to kick them folks up out of there so they can run their own nations, I don't know what to tell them. I hope they go that way, but, that's their business. Just let it continue.
One thing clear, he wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire. Not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped.
Let me stop this stumbling, bumbling bastard right there. Well, Biden, the Arab American community isn't too happy with how you handling that situation, particularly the Palestinians. Except for DJ Khaled, they don't want to get his opinion on that. They want to get black people's opinion. But see, let me go ahead and make a statement. Since they want to know what black people think about that, first and foremost, let me make this statement. We've got war declared upon us here at home, so we don't really care about what's going on with Israel and Palestine. I hate it for the children that are caught up in the middle of that on both sides that don't have nothing to do with it. But I will say this, for those of you here in America, you little bootlicks of AIPAC, you holding on to trying to defend and fund Israel because you still think that that's some holy land. First of all, that's not even the place where Israel was in the Bible, if you're going off there as a Christian. But you thinking you defending that when what they're doing is nothing holy at all. So that's the reason, in case anybody wonder, why they just got their head up Israel ass. They actually think that that's the actual holy land of Israel, and they think that that's a Christian thing to do to defend Israel. God's not for either one of you motherfuckers. All you got to do is look at what you're doing to have proof of that. But I'll leave that alone. There's your statement on that if you want it one so bad. Next time that they ask you for a statement on that, give them that one and see what they do. Boy, watch their faces turn red. Let's let it continue.
We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are two different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for what using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. You wouldn't.
Oh, shit. I don't know if y'all understand how devastating that blow was to Biden's bitch ass. Did you see how his eyes got bucked? Them eyes were bucking. Oh, my God. I can't believe he said that. Them eyes were bucking, boy. I ain't seen eye bucking like that since the Scooby-Doo cartoon, the original back in the day. He was like, oh, my God, they didn't prepare me for that. Yeah, he fucked you up then? That's a fair question. That's a fair question, man. Let's let it continue.
They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
Damn. Ooh. Oh, my God. Family. This right here, it was a slaughter, man. Because I'm taking my time going through this. This was a slaughter, man. Well, where the Democrat shields at? You really going to tell me that Biden... Because I've heard this astronomical lie. You know what the excuse some of the Democrat shields are making, family? Because I've been seeing and hearing this. Some of you probably heard this one. Besides the Biden had a cold lie. No, he's not. The code is called dementia. Okay, that's what the code is. They said that Biden underperformed so badly in this debate because he was over-prepared. Let me tell you something about over-prepared. If you're over-prepared, you don't stumble and fumble and bumble like he did. Over-prepared is you being on point with so many questions that they have to stop you and cut you off before you finish. That's over-prepared. No, let's see. Words have meanings, man. Words actually do have meanings. But see, what Trump just hit his ass with, hey, why don't you get them to put up or shut up? Family, when it comes to tax dollars, wouldn't you rather have a president that say, hey, man, we're not going to foot the bill for all of this. You pay for some of this, too. Then the point that Trump made earlier in the debate, where he was, because this is something he was known for, Trump didn't believe in letting you keep your job if you was fucking up. He would fire your ass, which is what you're supposed to do. If you fucking up on your job, you don't just keep people in there because they're your pals. Like this administration, you get their ass about the paint and get somebody qualified. If they take it personal, so what? The stake of the country is what you're worried about, not somebody's personal feelings. I'm just saying, that's the way I look at it. Some of you may think different, though. Let's let it continue.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO. We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way,
see, let me say what need to be said on what that statement Biden just made there. If Putin did go on from Ukraine to Poland, I know this is going to piss off some Ukrainians and Polish people if you watch this channel. That's not America. Last time I checked, Ukraine isn't an outer territory of America and Poland isn't either. That's their fucking problem. It's enough Eastern European countries over there for them to band together and do whatever they're going to do to defend against Putin. See, look, this is something that Gen X, Gen Z, and millennials are going to have to make certain that we have to start doing when we get our people in power, because that's going to happen inevitably. These old bastards can't stay around and in power forever. We're going to have to come up with a policy that says, listen, our foreign policy is if you don't fuck with us, we don't fuck with you. Whatever you got going on over there, we not running around the world like the fucking Avengers. That's none of our business. As long as you don't do nothing to us, the only thing I would tell them, if they just say Putin made that move, like, all right, now just don't touch my embassy over there, because, that's a part of my country. Now, you fuck up everything else except for what's around my embassy. Don't touch my embassy, okay? That's it. Other than that, hey, man, whatever, y'all got to work it out. To me, this is how I think America needs to run, as far as like any president that takes office, when it comes to interfering in other world affairs. We need to look at that like a married couple in another house. That's their business. That ain't got shit to do with us. Who cheating on who over there? Who got side bitches? Who go both ways if they swingers? What drugs that's over there at their house. As long as that shit don't come over here to our house. When they come over to our house, then we have a problem. Other than that, not our business. Let's let it continue.
I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations, because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia, at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months.
Now, let me pause it right here. See, we're going to break this down. Even for the people that's listening to this right now that don't like Trump, take your feelings out of it for a minute. Let me break this down for you. Basically, what that is like, think of it this way. I'm going to turn all of you in this chat room into security guards, okay? High-profile clients. That's what your role. Everybody in the chat room, that's what I'm telling you. You now executive protection, okay? Imagine a client like, let's say, let me pick somebody, a motherfucker to be have as a client. Glorilla or Sexy Red. Yeah. Somebody with a lot of mile prone to starting shit. Imagine if Glorilla or Sexy Red came to you and said, hey, look here. Hey, D. Foster. Hey, Dan Miller TV. Tia to you, a Goddess Navy. Nightfall Drop, Amir Ill. Hey, y'all. Hot One, I see you. Check this out. I know I'm going to need some protection from you. But I kind of want you to do it just for free, just because I'm Glorilla and, I'm Sexy Red. Now I'm going to start a lot of shit, but I'm going to need you to jump out in front of me, to make sure people can't whoop my ass. So I'm going to go have knives and guns, but, I'm not going to pay you to do none of this now. I just need you to come when I call. Which one of you in my chat room be like, oh, okay, because it's Glorilla and Section Red, I'll protect you. Now, there might be some simps listening to me that be like, man, did you see them? I'll go protect them. Oh, well, we're not talking to you, you Sympasaurus Rexes, if there's any. But for the rest of the men and women in the chat room, would you jump out and protect them for free? Huh? Would you do that? So now compare what Trump is saying to NATO. He'll like, hey, man, if you want any services from us, you got to break bread. Come on, man. How you don't respect that? Really? I'm just saying, never mind liking him. How you don't respect saying, look, man, if you want service from us, you got to break bread. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. That to me, if you going to get anything from somebody, it's got to be quid pro quo, which is our position with both parties right now, Democrat and Republican. If you want anything from Black America, you have to come with them tangibles. So I'm just saying, I'm just giving you that example so that, make that plain for anybody that didn't understand what he was saying. Let's let it continue.
But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down Many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
Speaking of going to jail, or rather prison, oh, y'all know my stance. I just want to take the time to remind everybody of where my stance is on this prison thing. Because, see, I'm actually glad that they convicted Trump of those 34 felonies, because now we've set a precedent for convicting presidents. Oh, yeah, let me say it again. A precedent for convicting presidents. That means that this senile son of a bitch needs to be brought up on charges of treason once he's out of office. We need to get your trial rolling, good old Jim Crow Joe, and your bootlicking black flunkies that sat up there and did your dirty work too. Because, see, the reason why I want them up on charges with you, they ain't never came out that hard swinging to get no reparations or anti-black hate crime bill for Black America. Oh, no, they haven't. Show me a time where Alvin Bragg, some other names I could call him, Letitia James, Judge Tanya Chutkin, all the rest of them, when they come out and just swinging for black people like that. Oh, you're so hyper-focused, Fannie Willis, Fannie the Mammy. When they come out come out going up against, either Republican or Democrat to get tangibles for black folks. I ain't never seen it. So I want them to get whatever he get. Because I'm just saying, if Trump get back in there, come on, man. Yeah, you already know he going to get you back for this shit. You think he going to let that go? Boy, you senile old ass better have some type of retirement out the country, man, because them charges coming, buddy. Oh, yes. Because, look, it's a lot to charge you with, you and your little cokehead son, Hunter Biden. Oh, boy, that laptop, that shit is damning. I know some of y'all have seen that. Oh, let me not go there on YouTube. I'm just glad that we charging presidents, though, now, because, see, some justice need to be served. Let's let it continue.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now?
Did you denounce Senator Robert Byrd and Strom Thurmond, your former KKK buddies? Your mentors that you spoke so glowingly and highly of. Did you denounce them? Oh, look at the pot calling the kettle black. I'm just saying, if you calling Donald Trump a white supremacist, you ought to know one. Let's let it continue.
You denounce the people who attacked that Capitol. What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted.
Oh, that shit was so petty. Oh, that was so petty. He said when he talks about convicted felons, your son is a convicted felon at a very high level. It was the high level part, man, that just stung his ass. Look at Biden, man. Oh my God. Democrats, there's no way. Y'all know this man should be in a nursing home. Why are you doing this? This is just cruel. It's elder abuse at this point. I don't give two shits about his senile ass. But don't look, I'm gonna tell you what's really fucked up. Let me go here for a minute, y'all. Where his wife at? Where is his wife? That lets you know, man. Well, she probably cheating on him with somebody younger, probably they pool boy or something. Cause you know she can't give a damn about him. Damn, man, his wife is a doctor. She know her husband ain't well. Come on, man. Jill, what did he do to you? Cause boy, look, most women in here, man, that love you, man, even if they not your main woman, man, they don't want you in harm's way. But this man is out here falling up and down stairs like our good sister Vicky Dillon says. Oh, boy, she tripped me out when she was going in on him with that. That was hilarious. But, man, where's his wife, man? I'm just saying, you don't even see Jill Biden out nowhere. When the last time y'all seen Jill Biden? I ain't seen her. Jill, what did he do? He must have been awful to her, man. Cause boy, she don't care about your ass out here, boy. You looking down bad, boy. Why he hit him with that, boy? Your son is a convicted felon at a very high level. Oh, let's let it continue.
Probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump.
He hit his ass with some more facts, because that's true. That case where his son had all that child pornography on his computer and all this other stuff, got caught with the Russian strippers and all that, the hookers over there. Yeah, he was like, look, if you don't change your prosecutor, we're not going to give you the money. And look, yeah, see, this happened. See, to tell you something, bro, I don't know if y'all caught that, to go to show you how gangster Trump is with the shit. That was basically a threat right to his face. It was like, you could be a convicted felon when you leave office. He letting her know, like, boy, I'm coming after you, right? You know I'm going to get you, right? That's basically what he telling him without saying it. He's like, you know I'm coming, right? You know I'm going to get you. You better, he's like, boy, you better hope you find a way to finesse your ass back in there in November because I'm coming to get you. I'm just saying, he letting him know, man. Let's let it continue.
President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong.
Hold up, motherfucker, you did it. No. I can't let that slide. No. What you think this is? They going after Trump because they didn't think they could beat him in the polls, man. That's why them charges coming up. Because see, I'm gonna prove it. They've already had this information. Why you haven't been brought charges against him? Look, when he was out of office, they would have hit him immediately with them charges. Wouldn't they now? Think about it. He had been out of office for quite some time, and then all of a sudden, when he decided to run again, bam, here come the charges. Nah, Joe, I ain't gonna let you get away with that one, old Sleepy Joe. No, Sleepy. No. With your little plastic man face, get the fuck on with that. You doing that right now as a president, going after your political opponent, which makes you look weak as hell. Because look, he didn't even want to debate the man until they set up all these little wacky ass rules that they had. And see, they thought Trump wasn't going to accept them, but he surprised ass like, nah, let's come on ahead and debate then. I'm telling you, man, you Democrats, boy, your man is looking mighty crazy up here, and he got the whole country looking crazy. That's the worst part of it. Let's let it continue.
Simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with. And think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about?
See, there's some whole shit right here. Now, look, Democrats, let me talk to you for a minute. Now, this is something, and I guarantee you, and I want all the men in this chat room, ladies, I want y'all to pay attention to something. I'm about to show you something real quick. Might be some white boys listening. This is something that all the men, no matter what race we are, we thought this moment of the debate was some real whole shit. We talking about policy and how to get the country back on track, and you trying to bring up my personal life? Fellas, sound off in the chat room. How many of y'all that are grown heterosexual men in here thought that was some bitch shit to do? Huh? Think about it. You know, if it's just the fellas and like, let's just say, all right, I'm going to give you a scenario. Ladies, I want y'all to pay attention to exactly. Kevin Jose Jr. said dirty macking. Let me tell you something, man. I'm going to give the ladies a scenario because I want you to understand how men think. And this is across all races right here for the most part. If it was two men and we got into a fight, okay, two men got into a fight and one or the other lost the fight and it was a group of men there to witness the fight to make sure it was one-on-one. And then we were like, all right, now whoever win the fight, it's going to be it. It's over with after this. And then the motherfucker that lose the fight say, okay, yeah, you whooped my ass. But now I'm finna go tell your wife you cheating on her. You bitch ass. No man that was there that day that saw that motherfucker get his ass whooped would have respect for that man after that. You become one of the hoes then. Biden, simply put, you lost points amongst masculine men when you did that bullshit. We lost. I was like, look, man, people already look at Trump as the more masculine guy anyway, but when you did this whole shit, you show you over there with the little girls, man. Go sit down at the tea party table. That no man respects that bullshit right there, man. That's some whole shit to do. You know, you don't bring out people's personal business, man. And for the record, I don't give a damn what he do. Like I said, that between him, his wife, and God. Got nothing to do with me. That doesn't even belong in this debate, man. He ain't bring up none of it. And notice this. I'm going to tell you what made Trump look even better. He didn't bring up none of them allegations on Joe Biden because you remember when Kamala Harris was running up for the nomination against him, she was talking about all them accusations that he had with other women, right? Trump stood on business like a man and said, you know what, I ain't going to even bring up the shit that I heard about you. They really don't understand that how men in this country looked at that moment right there. That was a very pivotal moment. We looked at that as like some real whole shit to do, man. Let's let it continue.
You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give your minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump?
And see, this is something that they just don't get, man. See, they've been trying in this country to kill masculinity across the board. They have. But you know, I'm only concerned about Black America, right? but just stating the fact they've been trying to kill masculinity as we know it, especially the Democratic Party. And I agree with the brother in the chat room there. He said that it's signed, and I agree because I was going to get to that soon, but I'm glad you brought that point up, Kiko 410. I agree. He says it sounds like his advisors are LGBT and black bootlicking women. And you're right. Because, see, if you listen to, think about it. For anybody that have a problem with what that brother just said, I'm finna back him up on this. I want y'all to look at this because, you know, we look at objective things over here. Listen to how Biden's talking with the dirty Mackin. That's one example. And then listen to how he trying to tap dance around the facts. And then you compare that to the way Jasmine Crockett sounds. You see that? You see the correlation there? Even on the same level as a woman, even though he's supposed to be a man, little pork chop nose prime ribs Martin over there, Boule Bird Martin, because he's on the same level as a woman. He may as well be counted as a female, to be honest with you. Okay? If you listen to how he sound, compare that to the way Biden's talking. His advisors, I agree. That brother is right. This is why, and look, most of that Democratic Party, that's who run it over there, man. We just got to call it what it is. Hence the fucked up decisions that we see going on in this country right now. So, yeah, hey, that's a good comment, brother. I was about to get to that later here on the other point, but no, it was a good time to bring it up now. Let's let it continue.
Will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Did you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again. Until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say? Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas, were fine people.
Now, let me pause this right here, because, see, I'm finna do something that the liberals and the Democrats are going to hate. This man is going on about that statement Trump made about fine people on both sides. Okay, he said it. We all heard it. I don't have issue with somebody taking an issue with that. What I do have issue with, Joe Biden, is you. You're a certified anti-black racist with policy to prove it. Your friends and mentors were former Klansmen, Robert Byrd, Strom Thurmond, and we could name several others. You called them your good buddies and pals. You spoke and gave them eulogies at their funerals. Huh? So for you to try to sit up here and act like you're not just as much of a white supremacist as Trump, you trying to rewrite your history. I get it. You senile and you got dementia and you don't remember these things, but we do. You old senile son of a bitch, you. We do. I'm definitely not going to let my people forget. This is why I opened the broadcast the way I did, reminding you of some of his past history. Let's let it continue.
This is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out, because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earned far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
Now, I want you to listen to what this old bastard is about to say in response to that question, because that's the reason why I brought it up several times earlier in the broadcast, that if they were serious about helping our women as far as childbirth, they would be harping in on the fact that that's the only group of women that have infant mortality at such high rates in these hospitals across the country. Why is it not happening to other groups of women? What's the difference? Because look, the process of childbirth is the same no matter what race a woman is giving birth. So why is it that only black women are just doing all the dying and their babies are dying? That is deliberate. Listen to what this old bastard says in response to this question.
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of.
He can't even get his lie together. Boy, the Biden bot started glitching then, didn't it? I guess the medication was wearing off. Jesus Christ.
Houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs.
Now, this is the part that I want to home in on, right? Because this is what I find funny in this whole fiasco that they call debate. They wanted to make such a big deal out of Trump saying black jobs, but you didn't ask Biden what's black child care. Isn't child care supposed to be child care across the board? What's black child care? What's the special kind of blackness? Since we're going to scrutinize what a black job is, come on. Tell me what black child care is. Can somebody tell me that? Because it's okay to ask questions. So we got to ask him a question. What's black child care? What's the special type of child care that's different for black people than other people? Oh, but see, us little niggas, our little babies, they're like little animals to Joe, because isn't it him that said once upon a time that he didn't want his kids going to a racial jungle? Oh, shit. Woo, did I go there? Yes, I did, because I don't forget anything. I'm not going to let you forget either over here. Let's let it continue.
Them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example,
And inflation is hurting us badly by design. I know you don't blame us because you lied. And the African American community stood up for me. I'll have your back just like you had mine. That big ass lie that you told. Oh boy, you got in there within your first 100 days and signed executive orders till pens caught on fire. But not one of them was for black folks. Oh boy, you Biden sexuals. This debate right here sealed it that if you are a bisexual and you're a black person going forward, you have to be one of the dumbest wastes of space on this planet. Yes, I'm saying it that way. I don't do that political correct bullshit over here. You are a waste of God's genetic material on earth if you vote for this man thinking that, well, we got to give him time. We're going to hold him accountable when we put him in there. Yeah, we got to get Trump out. Oh, Project 2025. Listen, man, what about Project 1865? We still living that? Where our damn reparations? How about that? You so scared of Project 2025? Why aren't you bisexuals pressing him for our reparations and anti-black hate crime bill? Huh? You so scared of Project 2025. And see, that's another thing. For you bisexuals in our community that claim that you Christians, you so scared of Donald Trump and this Project 2025. Don't claim to be Christians. Last time I checked, a true Christian wasn't supposed to fear anybody but the Most High. You sure are some scary motherfuckers for anybody that claim to have faith. Let's let it continue.
Provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't.
Now, let me take the time to say this to the Trump campaign. If any of you are listening to this broadcast by some odd miracle or happenstance, let me tell you something that you better stop doing. When you talk about black people, you better stop bringing up Hispanic people like they're our Siamese twin conjoined at the hip. Don't say black and anything. You hear me? We don't want to hear that shit. When it's time for other groups to get things done for them, don't no other group attach black people to it. Stop disrespecting my community like that. I'm saying that to both parties. Trump, the election is yours to lose. If you really want to get black turnout, I'm going to tell you what he should have said in this debate. If he wanted to get black turnout, he should have said, Joe, you name one policy that you've done specifically for black people. Because if I get in office, I am going to do specific policies for black people, not black and brown or minorities or none of that bullshit. Now, even if he didn't say reparations, anti-black hate crime bill, that right there would have been the ultimate nail in the coffin. As bad as he drug his ass, that would have wiped the floor with him. Look, I'm telling you now, I'm not saying a whole bunch of people would have ran out and voted for him, but that would have made his black voting numbers go up. Stop putting Hispanic people in with us like they're conjoined at the hip to black people. We're tired of that disrespectful shit. Their politicians don't do that with us. Y'all gonna stop doing that when you talk about my community. It ain't no black and nothing. It's just black. Let it continue.
Buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now. and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you.
Now let's deal with this comment, because this is the one where like Trump went on a racist rant. First of all, it wasn't nothing racist about what he just said. But let's go here, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast. Let's just say if it was a racist rant, because we all understand what this man meant when he said black jobs. They're taking jobs away from black people that could get them. I'll give you an example. Remember when they did that FBI raid and they rounded up so many of them a couple years back on them construction sites and them plants where they was like, I think it was like, what was it, chicken processing plants and places like that? The next day, what happened? Black men and women went and got those jobs. So I understood what he meant, but the way they try to flip it, let me show you something too about that harping on the black jobs comment. Let me tell you something. That looks very, very fucking weak when that's the only point that you have. Because, see, I want you to keep a pen in that while this plays, because I'm going to show you something. I'm going to save it for the end of the broadcast to show you the hypocrisy of some of these Democrat shield outlets that's complaining about black jobs. I'm going to say that for the end of the broadcast. Let's let it continue.
President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that there are $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it.
That's another thing too. That damn term equity, just saying that equity over and over again. If any of you in my chat room, if the damn Democrats come to you asking for your vote and they start using that equity term, be like, define equity. What does that mean for black America? Well, minorities, I don't know what a minority is. Well, people of color, who's people of color? Now, don't even play that game. Like, tell me what equity means for black America. That's what you tell them. You be like, define the word, because they're just saying it over and over and over again. Equity. Okay, what does that mean for us? What's your definition? And I'll tell you if your definition fits anything that I'm interested in exchanging my vote for. That's how you have to play ball with them. Let's let it continue.
A lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name. And he called.
Now, this was another nail in the coffin for jackass Jim Crow Joe Biden. Look at this look on his face. Like, oh my God, he wasn't supposed to bring up that. Yeah. Your words are coming back to haunt you, you damn 1 foot in the grave ghost you. Yeah. See, I'm going to tell you where if I was advising Trump, you know what Trump should have did? So I'm going to show you how your brother thinks. His talking point there was great because it was the truth. But you know what Trump should have said? What you did after he said what he did to devastate black families with his 94 crime bill, he should have said, hey, I introduced the First Step Act, which got some black people out of prison. If he would have threw that in there, oh man. Ooh, shit. You know what? I said I was going to save what I wanted to show y'all for the end of the broadcast. I think I'm going to go ahead and try to pull that up now. Let me see if I can send this and I'll pull it up. Hold on. Bear with me for a minute. I'm going to have to airmail something here to my computer. And I'm going to pull it up for y'all. And I want you to see, because it's pertaining to that so-called black jobs thing. We're gonna try to send this over. And I want y'all to take a look at this. So bear with me for a second, family. But just think about it. If he would have hit him with that rapid fire, because it's already clear that he's the more quick on his feet out of the two of them in this debate. But if he would have, see, I'm a person, I believe in precision. Okay, I guess it's my former military background. I believe in hitting you with precision to the point that you're done. You don't get a second chance to get back up. That's something that never changes for us old soldiers. Y'all know what I mean, my former veterans. But I'm finna try to pull this up real quick. And I want to show it to y'all, right? Because the whole black jobs comment, this is going to make y'all laugh y'all ass off, but I'm giving you some ammunition to use if they try to bring up the black jobs thing. Oh, it was so racist. I'm finna show you something about these Democrat shield organizations and why you can never trust them. Give me just a second here to find what I just sent. Here it is right here. I'm finna put something on the screen and I'm gonna enhance it. I want y'all to see this. Hold on, let me make sure that this is where y'all can see it, right? Okay. Can everybody see what's on the screen? Okay. Make sure you give me a thumbs up if you can, okay? Can everybody see what's on the screen? Oh, you know your brother GBS on the King of Receipts. This is why they come after my channel, because I don't sit over here and buck dance and buffoon and coon. Even though we crack a joke or two, we get our education on over here. Do you see what I got on the screen here, family? Oh, damn. What is this? Could this be the rot, as Professor Black Truth calls it? The rot? Is this the rot? You know, the premier Democrat shield, bussified little fairy dust, so-called online wants to be a publication there. Oh, what does this say up here at the top of this pull quote? What does this say? Oh, let's read it. This sounds familiar, doesn't it? Black jobs crisis. Could GOP do better? Oh, look at the date on this, 2013. Let's read a little bit of this, shall we? After 5 years of nonstop bad news regarding black unemployment. Oh, that's kind of related to black jobs, isn't it? The Obama administration was finally able to celebrate some good news last month, or so it seemed. In July, African-American, I don't know who they are, unemployment dipped. See, I don't even have to read no more of that. Y'all see that? Do you see the hypocrisy? Oh. I told y'all, man, I'm dangerous. See, this is why I tell people not to screw with me, because I'm like, man, if I come after you, I'm going to be surgical with this thing. I'm surgical with this thing, Jake. Black jobs crisis. Was it racist then when they were talking about it? Was it racist then? You wanted them to talk about black jobs, and here's a GOP candidate talking about that. And he's telling the truth. These illegal aliens are in the way, and they're hurting our economic opportunities. Yes, they are. So I just wanted to put that on the screen there and show y'all exactly, you know, the hypocrisy that the rot and these other Democrat shield organizations are displaying when they're, oh, he said black jobs. Oh, yeah, y'all been talking about black jobs for quite some time. That's just one publication. I could be here all night pointing out their hypocrisy on that particular comment. But nothing's better than the real thing, so we're going to get back to it here. I just wanted to drop that on y'all for a minute so you can throw that in their faces the next time that anybody starts talking about that. Let's let it continue.
It to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in.
Two things, Trump. If your people are listening, you better move away from calling us blacks and say black people. And please, for whatever you do, you got to stop kicking it with Tim Scott and people like Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm telling you, if Trump gets around some straight-laced brothers or sisters that happen to be conservative, that's not bootlicks, he would do a lot better with us. Because we're not going to look, don't pick no Tim Scott or Vivek Ramaswamy as your VP nomination, because that's going to hurt your campaign. I'm telling y'all now. See, a lot of these little buck dancing Sambos, I'm in contact with somebody that's over there in his camp. And this dude here, I ain't gonna lie, he's somewhat of a Sambo at times, but he tried to toe the line, going back and forth between sounding like the black grassroots and not. And I'll let y'all know what comes of those events, but I'm gonna say this, man. Y'all better start coming over here talking to black media and black grassroots people. All it would take is for Trump to come on one of these platforms and have a sit down with somebody like Brother Philip Scott. Hell, I'll tell you what would be a great interview. I'm finna go ahead and say it. Imagine if Trump actually sat down and had an interview with Brother Tariq Nasheed. Oh, yeah, I'm going there. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. You better come on over and talk to the black media before November. Not no damn Roland Martin, because we don't listen to him. See, if Trump's people, and see, that's the problem with a lot of the black people that's over there in his campaign staff, they're not connected to black society like that. They're a bunch of bootlicking Sambos. If you could ever get this man's campaign around some real brothers and sisters that sit down and we talk business, he will understand our community a lot better and understand how to get our vote. Because at this point, we got to have some tangibles. And there's a way for him to do that without losing his white base. There is. You got brothers like Greg Marcel Dixon, that is an excellent person to articulate our views and what we're talking about. Because, see, a lot of white people still think that when we're talking about reparations, they think we're talking about every black person in the country. No, we're talking about people that can trace their lineage back to American chattel slavery. If at least one of your parents can't do that, then you're not foundational black American freedmen. It's just that simple, and you're not eligible. And it's easy to track down who's eligible, who's not, because all you got to do is start with that 1870 census and work your way on up. If none of your family members are on it, you're not a foundational black American freedman. It's simple as that. Let it continue.
Maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And
now, Trump, I can't let you get away with that. Now, not when we got the water crisis in Flint and Jackson, Mississippi. No, the water wasn't clean everywhere. Now, let's not do that. Come on, man. See, look, this is the thing that I would advise his people. Don't be a politician that lies. Just come out and tell the truth. You see what I'm saying? Just tell the truth. That's what politicians will really. Let me tell you something. I'll tell you what I want to see. I want to see, believe it or not, even though I'm a Gen Xer, because I'm always thinking about the future, I would love to see a millennial or Gen Z politician come up and just shoot straight down the middle with the American people. Like, look, I'm not going to bullshit you. This is the way it is. Y'all tell me what you want me to fight for, and that's what I'm going to get in here and do. You get a politician that does that, watch how many people come out and vote for that person. Huh? See, that's what they got to stop doing, man. They got to stop trying to fudge stuff and dye stuff. No, just the American public wants a politician that's going to shoot straight with them and just lay it out on the table like it is. Not try to hide stuff and cover it up. That's something both parties could stand to learn the lesson from, but the hell with that Democrat party. They can crash and burn at this point. Let's let it continue.
Yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges.
Oh, don't leave out the part where you cut the funding as soon as your bitch ass got in there, because we remember that, Joe Biden. This can be verified. Trump actually did increase the funding of the HBCUs, and his bitch ass got in there and cut it. So I don't know why he trying to spend shit. You got to take your own advice. I don't know where you been. What presidency are you watching? Because we can pull these things up, Joe Biden. We can actually do that. Boy, like my grandfather said, boy, them pale, thin, pink earthworm lips is moving. They lying. Let's let it continue.
Because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money. But now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
Let me say this about that climate change issue, too. Let's be clear on this. There's nothing that man is going to scribble on a piece of paper that's going to change anything in nature. Let's just go ahead and get that clear right now. The only person that can deal with anything as far as climate change or anything is the Most High. That's it. The grand author of all life on this planet and in this universe. Ain't nothing you finna scribble on no paper that's going to do nothing about nothing with no climate or nature. Nothing at all. At this point, the damage has been done by man down here with pollution and everything else, and it'll take the Most High to straighten that out. There's nothing. The only thing they can do is stop polluting or what have you to cut down on some of it. But at this point, they can't reverse anything in nature at all. So this is why I'm not really big on that climate change and all that. You ain't gonna be able to do nothing to stop that. And see, a lot of people are like, oh, I can't believe you said that. Okay, watch this. Let's talk logic. They're talking about the ocean levels rising because the polar ice caps are melting. Is there a giant snow cone machine that can go and refreeze the icebergs and make them stop melting? Do we have that? Is there technology available to do that? I'm asking for a friend. No? Okay, then. That's out of human hands. Let's let it continue.
Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because
I thought that was kind of funny when Trump said that and he pointed to himself and poked his chest out. I'm the one that got the insulin down. Oh, that was funny to me. There was little things in here that was just kind of hilarious, man, this whole debate. But see, I'm going to tell you what that did, that lets me know, and I've said this for years, and I'm not the only one to say it. Trump, I believe, actually would be the person if we got the right people to talk to him about an anti-black hate crime bill and reparations. He would pass it just for his ego's sake alone. I honestly do believe that because you see with that right there, he loves to take credit for something that he's done, right? So now you imagine if he was the one to pass any black policy, okay? And he actually swayed black people to start more and more numbers voting for the Republicans, not so much because they like them, but just because they don't want to agree with them damn Democrat policies. Man, it will be over for the Democrats. I mean, and I'm going to be honest with you, that's not a bad thing because, hell, as long as this version of the Democratic Party is here, you pushing these crazy agendas on these kids. You got drag queens in schools. Y'all letting people like Sexy Red come and sing to kids and all of this shit. This whole bunch of damn degeneracy. You're sitting here propping up policies that are bad for forming black families, okay? It just going out of control with all types of shit in America, just destroying this country. They're not a party. If you're the type of person that wants to start your own business and get capital for that, they make it hard for business owners. They're the worst enemy of the middle class. I'm just saying, man, look, if you just look at all the damage that the Democrats do, see what the Democrats, they want to give people, especially black folks, symbolism. Things that can't pay your bills, put food on your table. Things that won't ever lead to you building up anything where you can pass down some wealth to your kids. That's what they're about, okay? So all the Republicans will have to do is change that tune, because see, both parties are thinking that they're going to keep black people voting for either party for nothing. No, you're going to have to give us something. And see, the reason why we're holding the frame on that, you fucked up when you show how much money you could just pull out your ass for COVID, and you fucked up when you started giving all our tax dollars to these illegal aliens, showing us that, oh, you really can go ahead and pay these reparations. Hey, the cat's out the bag now. You're going to have to come up off them tangibles if you want the greater majority of the black vote. Let's let it continue.
Coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one volunteer.
See, I'm going to tell you the thing that pisses me off when, especially these Democrats keep saying prescription drugs. That's code for let me scare the old people. Hey, they're going to take your prescription drugs away. You know what's better than prescription drugs? How about you start advocating policies to get some of this bullshit out the American food diet so that people are healthy and they won't need no fucking prescription drugs? How about that policy? You see what I'm saying? The Democrats just believe in kicking the can down the road with the worst shit for America. Prescription drugs. How about the goal to be to get more people off the prescription drugs and just be healthy? Oh, but that's too much like right, huh? Yeah, see, I'm giving y'all some stuff to throw in their face when they come running up in your face. Hey, are you going to support Biden Harris? Oh, no. I'll tell you what, let's talk about some things. I'm giving y'all some talking points to hit their ass with, okay? Let it continue.
I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
so every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under.
You know what else you could do besides talking about making the very wealthy pay their fair share, which I agree they should pay a fair share of taxes, a fair share, okay, not exorbitant or extra, a fair share. You could stop sending these damn illegal aliens up here and start deporting their asses. How about that? You should have never let them in here. That would save a lot of money because you wasting a shit ton of money on people that are not even citizens of this country, that don't have a love for America, You're thinking that they're going to be new voters for the Democratic Party. They're going to show your ass because they're not that they're here. If you do happen to make them citizens, they're going to vote Republican. It always happens because they're not with them damn Democrat policies, especially the Hispanics that's coming up here. The white Hispanics, they're mostly Catholic. They're not with that LGBTQ stuff in large numbers, and damn sure not with no deleting their kids. They multiply like rabbits up here already. You really think that they're going to become Democrats? It just don't make no sense. All you got to do is look at what these people's core beliefs are. They're not with that bullshit. It's the dumbest strategy ever. You thinking that you're going to harm black people and replace the black voter base. See, this is where white supremacy is just asinine and stupid at. You really thought that you were going to flood them people up in. That's what the plan is, to try to replace them with us, as the black voter base, okay? And just get us out the way. It's not going to work. They don't believe in the policies of the Democratic Party, especially this iteration of it. But, this is the genius Jim Crow Joe here. Let's let it continue.
$170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, American public.
And see, this is what I love about my chat room, because the brother and the sister in here have an excellent point. And if he really was so concerned about Social Security, like the brother Kiko 410 says, stop funding these unnecessary wars. And the only wars we should be in if people are threatening this country, and it's a direct threat to our sovereignty. We shouldn't be in everybody's affairs overseas. I've always said that. And the sister, Goddess Navy, said, cut off that damn foreign aid. You damn right. That's our reparations money right there, to be honest with you. They see that foreign aid, that's puppet bribe money. And speaking of foreign aid, I'm so glad you brought that up, sister, because I want my people to be well aware of exactly where our tax dollars are going. Y'all know what I'm finna do, right? I want y'all to go ahead over to foreignassistance.gov. It's been a while since I put this in the chat room. I'll put it in here tonight. I want y'all to see what's going on with that, okay? I want y'all to see what's going on in that. And I accidentally put another article in there, but that's one that's worth checking out. It's some IP address information, how to protect yourselves. But the other two articles are foreignassistance.gov. I want to make sure everybody has that. You have a right to know where your tax dollars are going abroad as puppet bribe money overseas for these bootlicking politicians in these other nations, okay? So I agree with both points that y'all made there. That's exactly what needs to happen, because, see, if they cut a lot of this foolishness and put all that money into building America up, making sure there's jobs here, funding business capital for people that start businesses, we could turn this country around. But see, they focus on the wrong things. And see, we got to get these geriatric tyrants out of office because they're stuck in a different frame of life, in a different time period. Their minds right now, and I'm talking about all of them in both parties, their minds are not even up to date to view society in the current light that it's in and update these laws and policies to fit the modern times where we're at. They're still living in the time period where they were young. That's in their mind. That's what they're thinking. Like somebody said earlier in the chat room, they're still looking at things that happen over there in Europe, in Eastern Europe, from like the domino standpoint effect. Like when they were fighting against Hitler and the Nazis. This is a different time, man. We got to get the remnant of the silent generation and these damn boomers out the way. They have fucked this country up. They really have. Let's let it continue.
It has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And under the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers.
Oh, that shit was slick right there. Did y'all catch that? Because the Democrats are the main ones going around with that misinformation, disinformation terminology. He threw that shit like a boomerang right back on the ass. Say what you want about Trump. He's politically savvy. He really is, man. He's savvy and petty at the same time. That was brilliant right there. Let's let it continue.
And sucker story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden.
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions.
Name the general, and if that's so true, Biden, where's the book at? Because you know white people, if they feel somebody's done them wrong, they can't wait to write a book about it. Now, I'm not saying that one doesn't exist, but I would like this general's name, and I want to know where his book is. Because if Oliver North, the crook that he is, will write a book about his experiences telling lies, well, then wouldn't one of them that feel that they actually heard or saw that go ahead and write their book about it? I'm just saying. Give us some names, Biden. Stop saying a general. Call his name. I wish either one of them would have said the name so we can go and fact check some things. And fact check unless you know who it is, though. Let's let it continue.
The way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of
Biden. See, this goes to show you how wealthy these people are, like Biden. The worst president in America right now is you. We've never seen anything like this in our lifetime. This is on your watch. They're trying to blame Trump for everything. That's not going to work. The buck stops with you. That's what being in power and being a leader means. It doesn't matter who in your little social club voted for this or that. Americans are living in this real economy right now, and they're seeing these real prices for shit that they have to pay for. It's incredible, man. It's senile bastard. I'm going to tell you something. Since he like ice cream so much, boy, shit. Everybody, it ought to be millions of people throwing ice cream at his ass everywhere he go, man. I'm just saying, man. He's got to go in November. Let's let it continue.
child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make childcare more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
I agree with that. And most combat veterans that served and did tours of duty over there, I know you agree with that too. A lot of shit was mismanaged over there. And if you ever did a tour of duty over there, you know that you operated like our damn hands was tied, man. It wasn't too much that we could do. I mean, it's like you knew. See, this is something that only people that have been over there would understand. You have people in the situation that knew what the right thing to do was, but if you didn't get the authorization from your higher chain of command, you couldn't just go and do whatever you wanted to do. So it was a lot that you saw over there and in many other tours of duty that you could have done something about, but your hands is tied because of that goddamn bureaucracy. See, I'm going to spill the beans on something real quick. And I'll be careful saying this, but I'm just going to say it anyway. Everybody that served in any branch of the military, and I ain't going to say, well, maybe somewhat the Air Force might not feel the same way, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say most of them should. You really hate it when you start getting intelligence from the little alphabet boys. Yes, I'm talking to CIA, because you can't trust them goddamn weasels. And if you are in command of men and women going out into a theater of war, you want to make sure that the intel that you get is accurate. You don't want to make sure they're giving you something to play you like a damn puppet. But they don't really give a fuck about your people. It's not them that's going to have to go in there and actually do the work. They can hand you any damn thing and have you running around like a damn chicken with your head cut off. You don't know what the fuck is going on. The problem with that is sometimes people die. So I'm just saying, man, he's right about that. He's right about that. If you ask most veterans about that, they'll be like, yeah, man, the stupid shit that they had people doing over there, man. But I digress. I'm just saying, man, I give him credit for that, for being willing to fire people when they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Because I'm just saying, if you got somebody that's in a position that's not qualified, you don't leave that person in there in an important position where lives is on the line. You get them out the way and get somebody in there that knows what they're doing. Let it continue.
He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now, all of a sudden, he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world.
That you run into the ground when you make stupid decisions. Yes, our military is capable of handling a lot. But here's the thing. When you stretch people out and you get people involved in conflicts with everybody all over the place, see, any experienced military person would tell you, you really only want to manage one conflict at a time. You don't want to make a whole bunch of enemies, because what happens if you do that, those enemies, they're going to say, hey, man, they whooped your ass, they whooped my ass. dude, let's click up and try to whoop their ass together. Maybe we can beat them together. That's all you're doing when you do that, man. See, let me tell you something. Watch this. I don't know how many men or women that are former veterans in this chat room, but I guarantee you, no matter what branch you're from, even though you know we have our little friendly rivalries between the branches, I guarantee you're going to agree with me on this. Sometimes the best outcome, no matter what kind of equipment, training, or how many men you have, or women that you have, rather, you know what I'm saying, because both do serve, sometimes the best outcome is negotiation. If you can figure out how to do something, man, with diplomacy versus actually going in and putting boots on the ground and having to get physical, now you're prepared to do it if you have to. But if you're able to do that with diplomacy, that's the option that you take. Now, somebody from any branch of service in here, tell me if you disagree with that, especially if you served on multiple tours of duty, you know what I'm saying, and you can understand what it's like to be deployed in a theater of combat. You know that you're not out there like it's a damn Call of Duty game. You're like, hey, man, let's finesse our way through whatever we can, okay, as long as it works. And then shit, you smooth shit out, man. You want to make more friends than enemies in situations. Because, see, I'll tell you something. I'm talking from experience, not from speculation. If you take that approach, even in hostile theaters, man, you get the people of the area on your side. Shit, man, they'll do a lot of the legwork as far as the recon and intel for you. They'll be like, shit, you know what? I'll give you a simple example, just hypothetical, right? Let's just say you deployed on a tour of duty as a, you know, with any branch of the military, okay? You out there on the ground, and let's just say the local people, instead of you being an asshole and trying to do what sometimes white folks do if you don't watch them. This is why black soldiers are important. I will say that because we're better negotiators. Yes, I said it. If it's a family man that you see that's kind of fucked up, hey, you can get them a little something to eat that'll last them for a month or whatever. Shit, do you know how loyal them people will be to you? I'm trying to tell you, man. They'll be like, hey, yo, them people that you looking for, they over here. Oh, good looking. Bring you a map and everything, man. I'm just saying, y'all know what I'm talking about, right? It take people that's been in that situation to get what I'm talking about versus this jackass up here. We got the greatest military in the world that think you just supposed to deploy people in any and every situation, come in guns blazing. That's stupidity. You see, I'm so sick of his ass, man. I'm going to tell you, man, y'all don't understand how much veterans hate this guy, man. We can't stand this son of a bitch. His old ass should have to suit up. You want to do so much fighting? Get your old ass out there then. That should be the rule. I done told y'all, man. Anytime they want to go to war, half the Congress, half the Senate, the sitting president should have to go and lead the vice president in charge, and half the people should have to go over there with the troops. And I ain't talking about from an administrative position. You gonna get out here and do some fighting. I bet you the motherfuckers gonna be wanting to go to war then. But anyway, we're gonna let it continue.
Finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that
Now, I want to add something to that where Trump was talking about cutting taxes for these corporations. The thing that needs to be added if you really want to get America back on track as far as the jobs over here, if I was in charge, I'd be like, okay, listen, in exchange for these tax cuts, if you want to get them, this is what I would have them agree to. You can't up and move your headquarters and your factories overseas to exploit cheap labor. If you do, not only do you not get the tax cuts, we're going to penalize you and hit you with a hefty tax to do business in America. That would shut down all that. I'm going to leave and go over here and take the jobs overseas to get cheap labor. See, I'll be like, no, you got to earn this tax cut with loyalty to America. That's what I would do. I'm just saying, man, I'm just throwing some ideas out here, man. So, yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there in the easy. Let's let it continue.
that he's dead wrong about. He's increased the tariff. He will increase the taxes on middle class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are important. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. Middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years.
See, man, this is how I can tell they didn't give Trump the current information on all the things that he did. Because, see, who was it that hired all these new IRS agents? It wasn't Trump. It was you, Biden. Oh, he should have hit him with that, man. Because, I mean, he destroyed him anyway. But I'm just saying, I would have hit him with everything fucked up that he did. I'm like, hold up, player. Who hired all the new IRS agents talking about destroying the middle class? No. We don't need no more IRS agents. We really don't. But he hired a whole bunch of them, didn't he? To go after not the wealthy people. He hired them to go after the entrepreneurs and regular business people. And let me just go ahead and cut straight to brass tacks with that. We remember during the pandemic, Black America started the most businesses in the country. You notice that right after that, they were like, oh, shit, these niggas always find a way to survive. And as soon as that happened, what you do? Oh, we got to get some more IRS agents. That's exactly who they hired them for, us. Yeah. Boy, I tell you, like I said, they are the worst party for economics and business entrepreneurship. Let's let it continue.
Which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You have the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
See, here's where them chickens are coming home to roost at. Because I got to go here. Don't say Americans, Jake Tapper. Say your community. That's white people that's mostly dying from that fentanyl. It's very few black people that's stupid enough to do that shit. This is not an American issue. It's like your community issue. Where you fucked up at with that white America, instead of mass incarcerating your drug addicts, you know, kind of like you did in my community, okay? Well, when it was my community, it was get tough on crime, mass incarceration. Your community, now all of a sudden it's a health issue. Oh, boy, them chickens, boy. Them chickens have found comfortable places to come home to roost at. See, where you fucked up at in places like Oregon, where you made the use of illicit drugs legal because you didn't want to punish your people, so you just give them access to kill themselves. You can't afford to do things like that, white America. Them numbers too low. See, this is what happens, man, when you call yourself trying to take it easy and show favoritism to everybody else. If you had any sense, you would crack down on that shit heavy as far as where it's coming in. Enter the Chinese triad and the Mexico cartel alliance. You think that's not strategic by them? They know what they're doing. Because look, I don't know if a lot of y'all know this, but of all the illicit drugs and all the illicit drug markets, America is the most lucrative one. That's why all the drug dealers try to get their product over here to sell it. They make the most money over here. Okay? Because look, let's be honest with you. Half the goddamn Congress and Senate, they're a bunch of drug dealers, hoes, and pimps, okay? And drug addicts, okay? You can't find nobody to do more cocaine than some of these bastards in office. Hence, look at the state of the country. If you doubt what I'm saying, they're probably going to make you laugh. Why you think the country's so fucked up? There's a bunch of cokeheads and crackheads in office up there. I promise you that. They want to talk about Marion Barry, man. Go through, look. Remember when they found the bag of cocaine up there in the White House? Now, we all know Hunter Biden probably took a stroll through there, but hey, who you think he was sharing the cocaine with? I'm just saying, ladies and gentlemen, we got to look at the facts with an objective analysis here, okay? But anyway, we're going to let them talk about the problem in their community because that's not our issue. Let's let it continue.
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly, as soon as I take office, before I take office, I said, by literally, as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs.
Wait a minute. Did this fool just say, look at my record, look at what I've done, look at the horrible situation I turned around that he left me? No, Biden. No. When you came in office, we didn't have this inflation sitting up here in this country. What the hell did you turn around? You turned some shit upside down. That's what you did. Boy, this senile bastard here, boy. But see, when you senile and you got other people around you lying to you, telling you you're doing such a great job because they're all benefiting from manipulating his senile old ass, because that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. All these little puppets that's feeding him his little lines to read and keeping them doped up and medicated, they're getting wealthier than it. Look, I hope Trump get back in there, to be honest with you, because it's some people that need to be prosecuted. His whole administration need to be prosecuted for treason with the border situation alone. But when you start, I'll tell you what I would do. Boy, they always talking about people's taxes. I'll be like, hey, let me see your tax records. We'll start right there. They're like, yeah, we finna see where you getting all this money from. All these multimillionaires in there, man, shit. No. It's a lot of stealing going on. It's a lot of backhanded deals going on, too, with other countries, to be honest with you. Oh, yeah. So like I said, I'm glad they got them 34 convictions on Trump. We've set a precedent for going after presidents. Let's let it continue.
800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions about.
And you not marketing that to black people to get them jobs, huh? When's the last time you heard about him talking to us about getting those jobs, huh? When you come to black people, you in commandment, you always talking about getting your booties to the polls, telling us if we don't vote for you, you ain't black, and just all manner of foolishness. See, I'm just saying, man, when they come asking for your votes, man, you got to hold their feet to the fire. Let's let it continue.
$40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before.
Motherfucker, we ain't winning right now. Have you seen this economy, you idiot? No. See, look. Y'all, let's make this simple. If you're on a football team, a basketball team, or whatever, and you're trying to become a championship contender, let's say your goal is to make the playoffs and hopefully capture the championship. If you're losing, when you get back in that locker room and look at that footage, you don't get in there and tell everybody, oh, we did a great job. When you fucking up and you clearly see you losing games, that's not how you improve. You don't lie to yourself about what's going on. No, we are not winning right now. No. If your economy is fucked up, you not winning. Everything start with the money, okay? The money ain't right, shit, the country ain't right. Let it continue.
We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive.
Oh, shit. Woo! Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. Y'all, do you see this? I paused it on this. Look at this look on Biden's face. He looked like a goofy, senile, albino leprechaun. Look at this idiot. You're right. I probably couldn't pass the first 5 questions. That's exactly what it looked like he's saying right there. Oh, my God. Why would you laugh at that? Why would you? Man, imagine if you're Xi Jinping or President Vladimir Putin and you looking at this debate. Boy, white America, if you don't get this jackass out of here, it's not funny, but it's funny. God damn, Jesus. Let it continue, y'all. Oh, my God.
Tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he said.
What? What? What the fuck was that? Why were you babbling about this man's height and what? Mush mouth ass. Oh my God, man. This look. You Democrat Shields, man, your boy ain't gonna make it, man. Your boy ain't gonna, he might not make it to November. Seriously. I mean, look, man, I'm laughing at the son of a bitch. Cause look, I don't owe him no type of loyalty or respect after what he did to my community. But this is pathetic, man. This is only going to get worse. It's all downhill from here. You know it is. When the man is turning around trying to shake the hands of Casper, the friendly ghost, or whoever the fuck he's imagining he's looking at in his head. You really think his mental condition is going to get better? Democrat Shields? It's not. It's over, man. Let this man go home with his grandkids or a nursing home, wherever he's going. Just get his ass out of the presidential office. He's the greatest national security threat that we've ever seen. Let's continue.
Yes, he is. And take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn
Let's not act like children.
You are
to
a
a
child.
specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
No matter what happens along that border, it's not over here on our borders. Let me ask my chat room, still remaining with us, a question. Family, what the fuck do you think is going to happen if Putin did take Ukraine, and as he's talking about going to Poland and all this fantasy got in his head? If that's happening over there, how do you think that affects us? Huh? Serious question. And white America, you better start asking these people this, because it's your sons and daughters in the military too that's going to have to go do this fighting for this geriatric ass tyrant. How does that affect us in any way, shape, form, or fashion? We are not the global Avengers. We're not. This is what we need to be focused on. Right here, our country. Everybody else, that's their business. And even if they ask us, we need to take that as a case-by-case basis. Be like, okay, let me see. Did you start this shit? Huh? Or is it something that both of y'all got going on back and forth that we don't need nothing to do with? And then again, if we gonna get involved with something, what's in it for us? Like Trump said, if you're gonna get our services, you need to pay for that. It shouldn't be for free. Huh? So that's the way I'm looking at it. The most sensible Americans are looking at it. Hey, man, it's time out for that trying to be the global Avengers. You the president of America, not the president of the whole damn world. Let's let it continue.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were president.
Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
Candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits that people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden.
And there you have it, family. Yeah. So as you see, we took the time over here to go through the whole damn thing. I know it's a longer broadcast than usual, but I had to do it. I had to do it because, see, we're making it clear over here that those of us in sane Black America, we're not going to vote for this senile bastard. We're not going to vote for either candidate unless we get tangibles. Most of us are not. Now, some people will vote for Trump. Some people going to choose the couch. Either way, Democrats, you are going to crash and burn for your malevolent neglect, not benign, malevolent neglect of Black America. And you deserve it. This party is the greatest national security threat I have ever seen in my lifetime. And come November, keep the information that you've seen here in this debate in mind, because, see, a brother in the chat room said that this is just the first debate. I think this is going to be the last one. They can't put Biden back up there again. You see, he could barely make it to the damn podium. I digress, ladies and gentlemen. We done wrapped it up over here tonight. Like I said, those of us in Black America, we see what's important here, the economy, the things that are going on in your day-to-day lives. And if you vote for 4 more years of Biden, you think it's bad now, it's going to be 10 times as worse. That's it. Salute to everybody that joined us over here for the broadcast tonight. I won't leave this up on the main channel. I'll leave it up for a little while, but it's going to be moved to Patreon to inhibit the YouTube shenanigans that are going on with the channel. So you got maybe a couple of hours to check this out on the replay. If not, you have to join us over there on the Black Ocean Zone 1 tier Patreon. Okay. With that said, salute to y'all. Black first. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you all in future content.